working with a more coaching approach to developing people. You may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. And there's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird because it's one of those things that to define is really...
there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions,
right,
recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we know we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills, and obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their working life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room, and it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training, but most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed, and leaping to a response. Listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, "Can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards?" And he said, "If I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see." And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, "Nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us." So, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh, no, that's too far or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better,
Right.
Which is fascinating as
Can you tell us
an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
Is that common within architects then? That there's a lot of, I suppose it's a quite an introverted
I think it's common
profession.
full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking in lots of people's heads sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
Exactly. It can be, yeah. I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. Obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think a factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
That's
that
fascinating.
a bit.
And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And the asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. in fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back, and I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, you know, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. You know, it's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
You know, that really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic, and I say to myself in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially we master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protective. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, well, I think actually this is quite general, like it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly, and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes, I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there's a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good, and so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive.
Mm-hmm.
And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be, and someone who's like, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think to me, like that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone, and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so. I would love to hear it. Yeah.
I don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this, it was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. You know, I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. You know, the person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is, at this point in my career, when I do presentations, and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music, it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality.
Mm-hmm.
When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like, I was very sure. I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really, really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and you know, I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently. But they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system. You're in your amygdala, and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, Now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible, because it's funny, because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. If we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, oh, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen, and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk, and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you. You're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options, whether that is like, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. And we start an argument, and after we eat, we go, "What were we mad about?" We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys could see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the Fool on the Mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the Fool on the Mountain. And before we judge this Fool on the Mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that Fool on the Mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, it'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. Mm-hmm. And that's why during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. To take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. You heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe is going to say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought, like, people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. But like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swam, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. Well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's about doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. if you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it, it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work. And I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything, really.
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing. And I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, I've probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book. Where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly master's and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like, I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email.
Hi there, Elon here from Satori Prime, and in today's video I want to give you a huge tip about relationships. Now, whether this relationship is with your kids, your spouse, people at work, friends, this is applicable to all. How many times have you been in an interaction with someone and they said something or did something, or maybe didn't say something or didn't do something, and you lost it? Internally, you were just so angry. And that person asked you to come talk to them about it in that moment. And you say something that maybe a few hours or a few days later, you have come to regret. Well, here's pro tip about relationships. When you feel anger, frustration, self-defense mechanisms coming on, leave the conversation. Say something like, you know what? Right now, I'm afraid of what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to regret later. And take a time out. Because here's what's happening. In that moment, your body, your mind is completely hijacked. Have you ever tried to be logical with a child in a tantrum? How's that work out? Your logic actually makes them go deeper and deeper into tantrum. They get louder and louder, right? That is exactly what is happening inside your body when you're in that state. You're hijacked. You are no longer there. So, if you want healthy, beautiful, connected, intimate relationships, do yourself a favor. When you feel that emotional state coming on, whatever it might be, ask for permission to leave. Leave. Allow your system to calm down, because what's happened is all these chemicals are surging through your body and you are in full-on fight or flight mode. And it takes anywhere between 30 to 90 minutes for that chemical reaction to calm down. And from everything to go from just your reptilian amygdala part of your brain to actually bring energy back into your prefrontal cortex. And you'll notice that when removed from a certain situation, you can always come back with a clearer mind, clearer vision of what it is you want to communicate, and you don't end up saying things that you're going to regret or have to apologize for later. So remember, next time you get into a heated argument, a heated fight, any sort of interaction, give yourself a timeout. Say, I will come back to you. I just need some time to cool down, and I will come back to you, and then we can have this conversation. And you will notice that your relationships take on a whole new level of intimacy and connection without having to apologize every step of the way, right? Let me know how this tip works for you in the comment box below. If you ever tried this, how it's worked for you. And if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Also, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we are constantly sharing tips and practical things that you can do through your life.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now? By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number four, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from. But now we need some place to sell it on. And that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number five, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number six, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number seven, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number eight will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number nine, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question, maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big, vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course, multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model. It's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on. And this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas. And also, of course, our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now, there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially clothes products, for you to sell and resell. And we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on. And the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth. But those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you are a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your supplier's websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your supplier's websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on View Details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature on eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook Pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses: an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons: set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money, and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm gonna get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system, where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Bluecare Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things, like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business, is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well, while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now, or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page, using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's, gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women, because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter, and we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags, and if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags, so it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. the supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the products URL up here, delete this draft, and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the products images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the draft to the product section of my store, and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available, they're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them, or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today, but I'm going to make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now these aren't the only closed dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 closed dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping closed suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're gonna add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know. It'll give you a little warning, and from there you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes, and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue, so most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All three are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're going to add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic, so once again you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition, and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration, and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step in.
Do you struggle with confidence? I know that I did when I first started out as a full-time artist. I'd create some artwork, I'd take it to an art fair or a show, and I'd be standing there, and of course people are coming, you can hear them commenting on your artwork, and sometimes it's good, makes you feel good, right? And your confidence builds. But when perhaps you hear people saying, oh no, don't really like that, don't like the use of this, that and the other, and of course it's just their opinion, right? But it can really knock your confidence and maybe even stop you from going out and doing more things with your art. And that doesn't change now with the online world, of course, because you post something on social media and you are open to a whole load of comments underneath. And I know that for a lot of people, that can be really tricky. You put something out and you say, hey, what do you think about that? And somebody would like to tell you what they think about that. And again, it's not always positive. And so sometimes we can be left with a really hurt feeling inside. You know, as artists, we're sensitive beings, right? When we put our artwork out for the world to see, we are open to both the positive and the negative. So how do you grow your confidence then, aside from all of that? And then of course there's all those tasks as a business owner too, right? There's making those phone calls. Maybe it's a follow-up client phone call, or maybe you need to contact a gallery to ask if they'd like to have your work. Or what about closing a sale, having that sales conversation with somebody? All of these things require you to feel confident, feel good about what you're doing, because the moment that's knocked, we know what happens is we stop taking action. And when we stop taking action, we're not, of course, going to get the results that we want, which I guess in your case is building a profitable art business doing what you love. So in this video, I'm going to share 10 confidence tips that's going to enable you to start believing a little bit more in yourself, grow your confidence, and enable you to easily do all those out of comfort zone tasks. Well, hello and welcome back to my channel. My name's Sophie and I help artists just like you to set up, market and grow a highly successful business doing what you love. And on this channel, I share tips and tricks about all things art business related. So if that's something you're interested, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell to get notified every time I post a new video. Well, okay, let's dive straight into those tips. So my first tip actually is all about your comfort zone. You know what they say, when you stay in your comfort zone, then you don't grow, right? You just keep doing what you've always done. And the only way to grow or to build anything like your confidence is to step outside of your comfort zone. So I would suggest finding something each and every day, could be really small, that's going to stretch you and enable you to step outside that comfort zone. It might be one small phone call. It might be posting something that is a little bit more raw and real. It might be having a conversation with a customer. And whatever it is, if you just challenge yourself to do that every single day, and I promise you, your confidence will only grow. So my next tip number 2, is about positive self-talk. You know how easy it is to tell you what you haven't got done or what you did bad? Inevitably, we default to what we didn't do or wasn't good, right? Why is that? Why do we always default to the negative? When actually what you want to be doing is reminding yourself, hey, I've got this. I'm good at this. I can do that. I've done a task similar to that. I've made phone calls lots of times. Phone calls are easy. It would be really easy for me to just pick up that phone call, right? It's just a case of talking. I can talk. I'm good at talking. Whatever it is that you need to do to run that more positive self-talk. And if you start getting that little chatter going along and it's all supportive and it reminds you that actually you've got this, then again, that's really going to support your confidence to grow. My next tip is about taking it one day at a time. How often do we think about, oh my goodness me, here's all the things I have to do in the next week, in the next month? They can all seem overwhelming. And if you've got things to do that are going to stretch you a bit, they're uncomfortable, things you're putting off, then likely you're actually going to feel worse. And that's not going to help your confidence, right? So if you just look at what you need to do today, and if you run that self-talk and you break everything down to really simple tasks, we say, okay, next up, I just need to pick up the phone and make a phone call. That's it, just today. I don't have to worry about what's next. With just today, I need to do these 3 things or these 5 things. And you just stay and focus in on what you need to do just on that day. And my next tip is about remembering what's important to you. Our values are really, really important when we're talking about building a sustainable business, designing a dream life, and feeling really good about what we're doing, right? We're talking about building confidence. So therefore, we want to be thinking about, well, what is important to us? The last thing you want to be doing is things that actually don't meet your values. Because when you're not meeting your values, you don't feel so good about it. You're not feeling perhaps in control. Somebody's asked you to do something, it feels a bit uncomfortable. But when we come back to our values and what's important, and we just say yes to the projects that we really want, then that is going to help you feel good about yourself, and it's going to help, again, that confidence to build. So my next tip is about using previous positive memories. So for example, let's take that phone call, because I know that that comes up so many times. Sophie, I can't make that phone call to the gallery, or I can't follow up with that client who said they were interested in something. So remember a time where you had a really happy phone conversation. Of course, it doesn't have to be business related. You could just take yourself back to a memory where you felt really good on the phone and you had a really easy conversation, maybe with a friend or a relative. And when you can hold on to that positive memory, you can remember how good it feels, right? You might even laugh and just say, God, that was such a great conversation. But if you use that to build your confidence before you make that phone call, then of course it's going to be a lot easier for you. You're going to feel good. You're going to sort of hold it in your body. You're going to smile a lot. That's something else I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the conversation will go a lot easier, right? And again, with everything that you achieve, your confidence will start to build. My next tip is tackle a small task. Yes, you know when you get that sense of, oh, I did that, that's great. Now if I did that, I can do the next task and the next one. So for example, it could be something as silly as you've come into the studio, it's a bit of a mess. You say, okay, task number 1 is I'm going to clear up the studio. So you've done that, you've achieved it. Now you have a sense of like, okay, success. What's the next task? Okay, I'm going to deal with my emails. So I've filed all, 100 emails. Task, success. What about the next small task? Well, I just need to make a follow-up phone call, all right? Task, done, achieved, success. And the more that you do it, it's the compound factor, of course, the better you're going to feel. So before I share the next few tips, I want to ask you which one so far has resonated with you. Let me know in the comments below where you struggle with the confidence and what tip that I've suggested today you're going to use in order to help you move forwards. So I've shared 6 so far and we've got just 4 more to go. Now, my next tip for confidence is actually about smiling. And I did this a few years ago and it feels really good. Now, I don't know if you've ever done this before or seen this exercise anywhere where you smile in the mirror, looking at yourself for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes if you can. That seems like a really long period of time. Or you can just smile. You don't have to look at yourself in the mirror, but sometimes it helps, all right? It helps you to stay focused. You want to smile. Now, at first, you're going to be... That's how to look like something out of a horror movie. But you're just smiling, because the act of smiling, it changes your facial expressions, it changes your physiology, it changes what's happening in your brain, and you start to feel good. All right? Even if at first you don't think, well, I haven't got anything to smile about. Just smile. Make your face into a smile and keep smiling for as long as you possibly can. Let's say somewhere, 1-2 minutes up to 5 minutes is perfect. And again, if you do this every day, you start to feel better. When we feel better, we feel more confident to do the things that we need to do. Oh, I think you're going to love the next tip. This is for all of you who love color. Perhaps I should have thought more before shooting this video in this top. But wear bright colors. Now, have you ever gone to a function, a party, or you've gone out and you're either wearing black or grey or navy, something that just kind of blends in? It's really easy to hide in those colours, isn't it? You can go along to something that you don't really want to go to, perhaps, and you can just blend in, mix, and kind of hang around in the background. But turn up in the red dress and everybody is looking at you, or the red suit, and everybody notices you. And what happens when you're wearing that color very often is, again, you can feel good. You put it on and you feel good. So I challenge you, wear some bright colors and notice how you feel. Your confidence will lift instantly. You'll feel really good, especially if you love the item you're wearing. Obviously, don't put on something that you think, oh, I don't feel very good in this, I don't like it. It's got to be that item of clothing that you really love. Wear a bright color and go out in the bright color and see how amazing it makes you feel. So my next tip is linked to one near at the beginning actually, but it's really a firm no. Saying no to things that really you don't want to do. Now you might say, what has that got to do with confidence, Sophie? Again, it's about you staking your claim. It's about you saying, do you know what? Actually, I don't want that project. I don't want to do that thing over there. And by saying no, you're really honoring yourself and you're staying true to yourself. And when you do that, again, it feels good and your confidence will grow. So you've probably noticed a lot of this is about physiology. Right? It's very difficult to feel confident if you're sort of hunched and slumped down, you feel a bit like that. But if you sit up or you stand up straight, you put your shoulders back, you instantly changing your physiology and you feel better. And when you feel better, your confidence lifts, all right? So this next tip is all about acting as if. Now, have you ever done that before? Well, let's take that party scenario. Perhaps we'll look at it and say it's a private view for an exhibition. And maybe it's not your exhibition and you're feeling a little bit uneasy about going. It's not your thing. You've donned the red dress or the red suit and you're like, okay, I've got this, I'm going to go. And now you're going to act as if. You're going to act as if you do this every day. It's a breeze for you to walk in. You're going to chat to everybody. You're going to meet the gallery owner, shake his or her hand, and you're going to feel good. You're going to act as if it's something that's easy and you are that 100% confidence person. Because what's going to happen when you do that, again, on an ongoing basis? All of these little tiny things are going to compound. When you act as if you've achieved something, as if you are that person, as if you are super confident, what's going to happen? Your body's going to assume that. And then you're going to actually become that person. You're going to become that confident person, able to go to the private view and feel really good about it, able to make those phone calls to clients, able to post something on social media and really not care about the comments that come beneath it, you know, able to grow your business, do those out of comfort zone things that you want to do. When you build your confidence, you're one step closer to the success that you know you deserve and that you know that you really want. So I hope you've enjoyed today's video. If you're not sure which tip is for you, then maybe just listen back again and decide which is the one that you're going to really work on, and then let me know in the comments below. I've got other videos on mindset too. So
good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of the seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate most important policy rate as minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents, but many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the Euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adwa Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to the scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smits, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited. And I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions. For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should we already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again. And thank you also for, in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro, is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years, we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
No, can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the Conference on the Future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a one-day, two-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement, the citizens would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. When it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to an implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it? And again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Boom! It's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera, but this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to and I think would be a good idea to just communicate to. It's the following. Like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day? Or can I train my body every day and get great results? Or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. That I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea.
Yeah.
I love this idea for an episode. One, we've never done anything like this before. Two, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. Two ways to do this. One is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number two, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical, the more challenging running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that. But on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that up, to keep up that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time, so nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym, and I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they design the birth control pills. You take them every single day.
Yeah,
7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good, they want to perform really well, and that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
Very demanding
I
days.
wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I'd do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah. You can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that. So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going well, why? What if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's again, and you did this really well, Sal, the other day, is what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for your body.
Right.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's what's going to give you the most results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can handle,
tolerate.
Right? Yeah. Like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility. Yeah. So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay, so range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. Two very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you'd probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
it's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see what kind of results they get from it. So, a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes. Literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
You pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit
And that's
from.
why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through it. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it, and some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. Let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun, you're relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat.
You're going to You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, oh, well, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care what and what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes,
100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where you are. Your rep range, their higher rep range.
Yeah,
so
15 to 20.
That's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as at the when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time under tension, controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up. You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components. And you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this. Because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day, I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up.
No.
Your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement like that.
No, you're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong in that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. Yeah. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. And it kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, one day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to. is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100 pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily, oh yeah, I could do a 100 pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, oh, an hour of activity, I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining, it's snowing, it's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus, but the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like, I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay? Just heat by itself. Regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties. Not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun. Not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. Like, how many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's why this trend has happened in the last decade or so, of the hot cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy?
We've been removed from it,
right? And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that? We now don't do that anymore.
Yes.
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day to day?
Yeah, every day they were fighting the elements like that, and so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that. Where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunge is. Look how beneficial the hot sun is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress is to make, our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to, and we're not, we're breathing recycled air, we're not getting sunlight, we're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like I'll never forget as a kid, my, at the time he was in his 70s, 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's, he's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying. And my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about stuff like that, the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more. Mm-hmm. You are going to, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that, I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, I'm more of this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one thing. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes, Andrew, too?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the notes.
We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You can do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head, extend your arms, and do it down for 25, 35 steps. And then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've
everything that we're saying
should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is that when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise, it'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do it. Maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day a week.
Share this with your
routine.
friends and family. You know, obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you.
Kia ora koutou, nau mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives, and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harman, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions, and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama o moana, ki hararara ma tautau I te ranginai, aroha atu araha mai, tātou I ai tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harman and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a forward by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harman and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Haman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder, Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko Waikato te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko Tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant, just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I like to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open the space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing. And we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that's been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what was interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in a full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who are being criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what is a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen it was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. it does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, Te Porahita o Te Putaia, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Mārie o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatuanuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the Planetary Boundaries framework. And, you know, it was that, somebody's actually, you know, put the numbers around this. You know, my background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, you know, and then, you know, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, you know, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, you know, and Owen talking about, you know, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, you know, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, you know, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, you know, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, you know, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, you know, we have a really big problem and this is where the problem is and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called planetary accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job and we packed our children into a caravan and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow as if that was a kind of a linear translation. In behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person, and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Germán, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Germán.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Rathi, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be now, that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply. And without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the Earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally, so I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm gonna stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so we'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about the technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction, and then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Aman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, where with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage, once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into a Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment. Therefore, you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that affecting, exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products, and you know how you can actually improve the design of these. So you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Germán and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that it's at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Germán and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Germán, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau rangamari e, kia ranga e na iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign over.
Luna, Imo, Edo, Ondo, and all your states. So it's a great pleasure. Wishing everyone on this call a very successful engagement. Thank you, Business Day, for also putting this great events together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ini, for the introduction. Over to you, Tayo. I can see you're on the webinar already. Please, can you introduce yourself? Hi, Tayo, can you hear me? Hey, Tayo, CEO Yetiba. Okay, if it's not ready.
Mic check.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Guys, Tayo is my name. I'm super excited to be here. I'll just quickly do a 30 seconds introduction about myself. I hope that is what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, just
so Tayo is my name. I've been in the learning and skill development space for God knows when. The core of the work that I do is to help Africans from wherever they are coming from learn technology skills that helps to translate into jobs. Today, we are the biggest in terms of learning. We've got like students from over 19 countries. We've got over 500 faculties. We've got an alumni network of over 25,000 people. It's quite very exciting to be doing this because this is a topic that I so much care about. Nice to meet everybody, and I will mute myself. I'm done talking.
Yeah, okay. Before you leave, while I'm going through your Instagram, I realized that your Instagram name is Iyeko, and now I realize that you're not in Eko again. So you should change it to a UK or something, though, because it doesn't fit again.
You know, guess
So,
what? I am in Lagos right now. That's the I am in Lagos right now.
You that part, so change it to a UK, please. I said I was going to tackle you on.
All right. I'll take your advice.
Okay. So please, Ijoma in Kiruka, you can just be on the session already. Please just introduce yourself briefly. Oluwatobi are saying it, so please introduce yourself briefly. Either of you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Joma, good morning. Good
Hi,
morning.
so it's good to be back again. Thank you, Business Day. So my name is Ijoma Nkiruka Onwadi, and I'm the founder of the Career Millennial. And Career Millennial is a career hub for millennials and other cohorts, right? Because when we started, we were more focused on millennials, but now we've expanded to include other cohorts. And we provide learning, advisory, and support to help these millennials and cohorts to build an amazing career. Very recently, we were focused on early school leavers. We are taking it back to as far as when people are in final year, having early engagements on workplace skills that are required for them to thrive, just straight out of university and having work-ready skills for the workplace. Eitai, I see you. Hi, Eitai, it's good to meet you again. And to other members of the panel, hi. Samuel Yetiba alumni. So to other members of the panel, it's nice to meet you for the first time. And thank you for everybody who's joined this conversation. We hope to have an amazing time and one that is full of learning and fun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Toby Ashende. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Marketing Skills Institute. We are an award-winning institute that accelerate the training of digital marketing talents. And one of the things we do is we also work to match them with organizations globally, either as employed or self-employed, self-employed in the sense of either freelancing or agency. We have two platforms that facilitate that. We have the Accreditor, and we also have the Wistlancer platform that helps us to achieve that. So this topic is something that is really, really of great.
Ijoma. Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. So for me, this topic is very timely, very, very timely. Earlier this year, I wrote an article on skills that people could learn to make more money in 2023, and some of which were copywriting, content writing, graphic designing. I didn't write the hard ones like software development, front end and back end, but I wrote like skills and acquisition that people could learn fast, not learn fast, but people could learn and use it and use it as a side also. So even for me, as a communications person, I'm very, very interested in this particular topic and see in what ways I can develop my skills to get more money and even just have other things doing. So my speakers are going to be introducing the topic for the next 10 minutes. Each of them will just give us their school of thoughts on the topic, what they have to say about the topic. So yes, Ini Ikiri, as Elia said, is from Jobaman, Nigeria. And if everyone knows Jobaman, they're always in your mails telling you about job openings and all of that. So he would know very well what skills acquisition and developments that are that are very important and crucial at the time that both as millennials and Gen Zs we need to learn. So Ini, please can you take us through roughly 10 minutes on your thoughts on skills acquisition that are timely, like with season right now, like skills that are in high demand right now, and that anybody, or even the ones that are not anybody can do, but skills that people can just gain from right now. Ini.
All right, thank you very much, Eniola, once again. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm if I can share my screen, or do I just make it a conversation? Which
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, that's great. Because I actually prepared something for our audience today, and yes, I'll be sharing in just a few minutes or seconds. Just please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, right, because on this call, yeah, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of professionals, right, who are also well versed in the technical side of the skills business, right? So what I did was to provide a background, right, and take our audience down to the nitty-gritty of this conversation, especially understanding so many relevant aspects that needs to be considered, right, while making a choice in deciding what skill to acquire and all that, right? So I understand I have 10 minutes or less already, so I'm just going to move as fast as possible. And I also want to encourage my audience, right, who are also on this call, to feel free to ask questions and to engage me as much as the time would permit us to do, right? So like I said, it's more or less like going down to the foundation and going down to the nitty-gritty of what skills acquisition and development is all about, right? And one thing that is that I found very, very interesting about skills acquisition and development is the fact that it has to be an intentional process, right? In the present world that we are today, right? Skill acquisition and development has to be an intentional process, right? Learning and enhancing one's ability, knowledge and experience in a particular field. Okay, and what this means or what this translates into is that it is important, right? Because you want to gain new skills, you want to improve your performance, right? You also want to grow in your career and also have fulfillment, right? Career fulfillment and all that. So skills acquisition can also take different forms, right? I mean, there's the formal type and there's also the informal, which I believe everyone here know that, right? And the question basically next we're going to ask is why skill acquisition and development, right? In the current world where we are right now, I say something that the world is changing, right? We know that the world is changing and the world is changing very fast, right? And it is necessary and important that we continually improve, right? And update our skill set in order to remain relevant in the competitive world that we are today. And something very interesting that I know would also resonate in most of our conversation this morning is to also still re-echo the fact that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete sooner than later, right? We all know that, looking at the future of skills report, looking at the report from the World Economic Forum and all that, right? Realize that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete. So the question is, would you just sit down there and watch this happen and blame it on maybe the village or village people and all that, right? But the solution to this is upskilling, right? Which seems to be the logical solution to the problem that we are currently addressing this morning. And just to also make our audience understand that this comes with a lot of benefits also, right? Of course, increased job opportunities, which we already know that, of course, we know what the statistics is, right? Especially in our country, Nigeria, seeing that the unemployment rate is so high, there are so many people out of jobs, right? So why those statistics might be very, very scary, it's also important to look at the bright side of life and to also understand that people are with jobs, right? And there are people that have never searched for a job just for even 1 hour, right? So the question is, how are people doing this, right? So in the midst of so much unemployment and the fear of no job in the environment, right? There are also opportunities. There are opportunities that we need to understand this morning, right? Which is very, very important that I will be mentioning in a couple of seconds from now. So the benefits include increased job opportunities, like I said, higher earnings, and also personal satisfaction, right? Yes, so this is an aspect I really want to touch on, and I want our audience to pay very, very close attention to what I'm going to be saying now, right? Because like I said, I'm also a facilitator with over 8 years of experience, and one thing I try to do, okay, while engaging my audience, is to make them understand the simple things, right? Before you then talk about the complex things, because so many people tend to look at things from the complex side and then they ignore the fundamental aspect of it, right? So before we talk about emerging skills, the 21st century skills and valuable skills, the fastest growing skills, in the world of work today, it's also very important that we take a look at some of the relevant things that should be considered when acquiring a skill, right? I have 3 here. I will talk about the 3, but because I'm also very, very excited to be here this morning, I'm going to be dropping an additional points to this, right? So that's more like giving my audience a DARA and what Nigeria calls FISI, right? So I'll also be sharing 4-point item as far as consideration for relevant skills concerned. The first on my list is skill orientation, right? Which is very, very key, okay, to this discussion today, because you also want to ask yourself that what's your own understanding of skills and competence, right? As well as the skills and competence that are in demand in a particular industry. So you see people just say, when you interact with young people, it's good, right? They say they want to learn a particular skill, they want to acquire a particular skill, right? But you ask them fundamental questions about why these skills, okay? Why do you want to acquire these skills? You hear people say, okay, but I want to learn these skills because everyone is learning it, everyone is doing it, or probably because my friends is doing it, or because I think I heard this is the future of work, right? Which at times can be misleading, okay? Because we are all unique, right? We have our own skills, we have our own abilities, we have our own interests, right? We have our own career path, right? So it's very important that you know the orientation, right? You understand what you want to do, right? And also consider certain factors that would also help you, right? Because you see people, okay, acquire a particular skill, they go to an institution where they spend huge amounts of money, right? And unfortunately, after they're out of that institution, right, they can't, they're not productive, right? They cannot, the skill they've acquired cannot translate into them probably starting up a business or even becoming gainfully employed, right? So this is the world where, if the current is what is going on in the economy is something to learn from. We are all economists now, thanks to the current government, where you have to think about the 200 naira I have in my pocket, right? How do I even preserve it for as long as possible? Okay, so having this information on skill orientation, you critically asking yourself, okay, why you want to do it? It's very critical. The second on the list is the skill demand-driven, right? Demand-driven because there are specific skills and competencies that are in high demand, right? Than others, no doubt about that, within a particular job market or industry. Okay, so it's very important that while considering what skill you want to learn, want to acquire, you ask yourself, is this skill demand-driven, right? And it's so very easy. I'm sure a lot of our speakers there will be talking more on points number 2, skills that are in high demand and demand-driven, right? So it's very important, not for the understanding of this context of this terminology, but you ensuring that the skills that you want to learn, you want to acquire, you want to develop yourself on is demand-driven, right? The third on the list is how demand-aligned is the skill, right? And you want to also ask what's the difference between a demand-driven skill and a demand-aligned skill, right? So demand-aligned in the sense that the skill is not just only relevant to the current needs, right? So it's also a demand-driven, right? And it's also relevant, okay, in the demand for the future, right? So the difference between demand-driven skill and demand-aligned skill is the time frame, right? So saying that, okay, it's demand-driven, but also it's also going to be relevant in the future, right? So 3 things that are very important for us to consider while making a choice of what skill we want to acquire and all that. Of course, also to validate the fact that no knowledge is a waste, right? But at the same time, you also want to structure your thinking in this area. Then the 4th point I said I was going to share is also to say what's the value of the skill in the global scene, right? So while you're thinking about the orientation that's gathering as much information as possible as you can on the skill you want to acquire, how demand-driven the skill is, also how demand aligned it is. You also want to think about what's the value of this skill on the global scene. Okay, so when you're out of the country, for example, probably to any part of the world, you know that your skill would also be productive, right? You would be able to use the skill that you've already acquired or you already have, okay, to work, right? Any part of the country where you find yourself in, right? And this aspect is very, very important for me, right? And that's the reason why I spent quite a few minutes to really touch and to elaborate on this point, right? And this is just also speaking to the decision-making process, right? Asking yourself the why, the what, and the how, all right? So why do you want to acquire the skill? What skill do you want to acquire? And how would the skills be acquired, right? So like I said, this is me just going the nitty-gritty, going to the foundation and making sure the foundation of what we are here to talk about this morning is solid, right, for our audience to be properly guided on the subject matter, right? So it's very important that everyone understand that these three decision-making dynamics, okay, are so much important, right? You understanding the why, what you want to do, the what of what you want to do, and the process which you want to do that, right? This is pretty much simple, just what I've talked about earlier, okay, to still consolidating on these 3 points here, the what, the why, and the how, right? Just putting them together in the right context, saying that you have to start by knowing yourself. Like I said, that is the orientation first of the process, okay? What interests you? What value do you place on it? Okay, what value do you want to get from it? Right? What the kind of skills you want to acquire? The second is also to explore opportunities. Okay, research, try out. Yeah, research is very important, right? Because like I said, you want to consider those 3-4 factors that I initially mentioned, right? So you have to do that by exploring opportunities. And at the end of the day, you have to make a choice, right? It's so painful to see young people understand what is happening, right, in the current, and probably in the country or in the world generally, and they just sit down there, do nothing about it, right? And the question is, would you rather sit and allow the skills that you currently have to become obsolete, and then it kicks you out of job, right? It kicks you out of the picture, and then it looks like something extraterritorial, right? Supernatural is happening. No, there's nothing supernatural about it. Okay, it's just about you, the individual, trying to make set goals for themselves, develop a plan, and also not just by. But I also want to find out if everyone can still hear me, please. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you
okay.
are.
All right. Thank you very much. Then the fun is to make it happen, right? Because if other speakers here, Topi is on the call, and Keoka is on the call, everyone is on the call, they will tell you this is the direction in which you had to go, right? But the question is will you make it happen, right? Will you make it happen? And it will be a waste of time for everyone on this call, yeah, including the organizers, right, of this event, if after the whole discussion and the whole grammar blowing that would happen at the end of the day, and people still do not use this opportunity to put their plan into action, right? It then defeats the purpose for which we are gathered here today. So this is very, very crucial, right? So, so valuable skills for millennials, these are just very few of them, but like I said, I mean, this will be probably projected by other speakers and all that, right? But this is just me putting the foundation and say, okay, where is the direction in which the world is going right now? Just the starting point, okay? And it's also very important for me to also tell our audience to also try much as possible to go online and read up on the subject matter. Right, for example, the job skills report of 2023 from Coursera. There's the job skills report for 2023 from Udemy. Okay, it's very valuable insight as to the skills that are needed in today's global workforce. Talking about the digital skills, talking about human skills, and also to know, right, to state that the fastest growing skills, of course, are digital skills. Very important that this is not just limiting to what I have here, but to also point out in the right direction to say that, you know what, this is the direction of where the world is going into. And not just only thinking about the technical skills that you have or the technical skills you want to acquire, right? But also talk about the soft skills also. Soft skills are also very, very important. Soft skills are valuable skills, okay, as far as the present world is concerned, okay, talking about communication skills, problem-solving skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, creativity and innovation, teamwork, resilience, flexibility, leadership, and adaptability. right? So these are just a few, and that I have there, but definitely, like I said, more of this would come in the course of this program. But yes, and just to drop this before I round off my presentation to say, okay, of course, Jobberman, like the host already introduced me, we're offering soft skills for free. So you can to gain the 21st century soft skills. Okay, you also want to check out Jobberman website, www.jobberman.com/soft skills, where you can register to get the Jobberman soft skills for free, right? So the next steps would be to what would you start doing? What have you learned? What new thing have you learned from the presentation this morning, right? And how would you translate your knowledge into an action plan? Okay, so to me, that would be the next step I would like to suggest to our audience on this call. All right, and that's it for me. Yeah, so thank you very much for the time. I hope I was able to manage the time I was given, right? But I would also be very much delighted to answer more questions and engage our audience in this subject matter.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. That was a very great presentation. For me, I wrote some things down, and some of them was said something on how the world is changing very fast and how necessary it is to employ skills so that you can remain very relevant in the workspace or just relevant as a person. So thank you so much for your presentation. And again, to emphasize on what he said, you could check the tech. He said you can check tech skill reports by Coursera and Udemy to see the skills that are really in vogue right now. And so from everything that Ini has said, I think the next person that should just come and give us one or two things about the topic at hand is Nkiruka. And Nkiruka is an HR professional. She is very, very vast especially because Ini said something about how the world is changing and how to remain relevant. So for most millennials, they are already working. So what other skills do they have to gain to remain relevant at their workplaces? So that's what I would like. That's it in the direction that I would like Nkiruka to go this morning. Nkiruka, over to you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ini. Ini has done justice. He sets a framework and a foundation, and he's made it very easy for me to write. So piggyback what he just spoke about. I'm just going to list from, managing talents, human resources, and people at work, and just really talking about how to help people position right out of school, as I said earlier, and at work, how to position yourself to always stay relevant in the workplace. There's some things you need to look out for, some skills. And I'll just define skills. The topic talks about skill acquisition and development for millennials. And just not to box us, not really millennials, every cohort, every generation that is in the workplace or workspace, whether you're building a career, you're building a business, or any person within within your productive years, let me use that. So we'll first of all give a definition to what he was saying, which is skill. And I would like to define skill as the learning required to do a quantum of work within a given amount of time. So the learning that you need to do a quantum of work. So somebody will say, oh, I'm at work now, I just got a job as a web designer and all that, or front end, back end. The skill was the learning that you acquired. For it, probably went to Utiva, did a 3 months course, you acquired it. Now the development part now is the practice of improving that learning over a period of time. So you want to watch out for how you can learn and how you can develop over time for you to be able to be cutting edge and relevant at work, and this applies, it cuts across everywhere. Now, what are those things you need to be picking up? And from the HR point of view, people are usually intelligent at work. I find that when you get into work, people are profiled, to be ready for career. You always have the best, they always have the best technical skills, they have the best tech skills, they're awesome engineers, they're wonderful accountants. It's now how they fit into more social aspects of work that becomes the issue. And there's a word that I say, people get into work or get into the workspace or build a business or start something, but they cannot scale it. So if it's at work, they are not promotable. If it's at business, they can't get beyond the scale at which they started. Why? What are those skills they should be looking out for? Communication skills. And I love that Ini projected the future of work skills, but I'm going to take some of them and I would like to be as relatable. So communication skill is a skill that I've identified that you need at all levels. So there are some skills that you will need as you rise up your career, your business, but communication skill is a skill that you need whether you're a janitor, whether you're a supervisor, whether you're a manager, or whether you're a director. Because your ability to convey your words, your thoughts, your thinking with the right emotion, with the right knowledge, in a way that the receiver understands it and can take action, is a skill that will always set you apart. So you hear people say things like, oh, my boss, all he does is speak English. All he does is just speak, I'm the one doing the work. At a point, you need to build skills that can keep you visible at work. And one of those critical skills is communication. And in communication is inherent in listening, having empathy, and knowing how to clarify and express your thoughts. So you want to watch out for, if you're a career starter, if you want to get promoted, if you want to scale, how are people conveying their words and their thoughts in writing and in speaking? Now, when you are in a meeting at work, one of the things that gets your attention, is always your speaking skill. Now, when you work in a large organization, two things I learned at a very early age gets attention: how you dress and how you write. Now, some people, when you see their email, you already know that this is a problem going somewhere to happen, right? So the good thing is that, remember we said that skill is a learning that is required. So you can actually acquire it. So you need to watch out for communication skill. Another skill that people would need to learn to work and to thrive is conflict management. Now, and I find out that in the workspace, and let me just really go back to what Jobberman is doing, because I'm going to be very relatable. So in his previous place I worked, right, I found that there was this gap with soft skills. So what we did was to plug into Jobberman's training. Now you will see people work so well in silos. That means that the accounting department is working so well, but they cannot interact with HR. HR cannot interact with the project department. So you see two people working so well, but they're what we call individual contributors, but they cannot collaborate and they cannot work in one cohesion. Now, remember, in an organization, we're a team, we're not a family. That means we are bound by a goal and we're not bound by blood. That means that if at a point you are the weaker link, that means if you're at a point you are the person that cannot manage conflicts, you're the source of conflict in an organization, two things will happen. It's either you are on your way to being exited, or two, if the organization cannot take that action, you are stifling your growth. That means that you will not be a promotable candidate. And how is this important to you if you're building a career? In HR, every time I'm on the conversation table about promotion, it's never really about the technical skill. It's how relatable this person is with other members of the team. It's the conversation about, is this person ready to move on to the next level? Because this person can manage self, peers, and others upward very well. So you want to know how to manage conflict. You want to know how how to catch it, diffuse it, and a bit of managing conflict is still layered in your communication skill, right? So you see how they work hand in hand. Then critical thinking skill is one skill that is underserved and underlearned. And I think critical thinking skill in an applicable way speaks about how you research, how you reflect, and how you reason. I find that sometimes when you give a task, and I'm sure that if you manage people, you give a task, people are, maybe because we're in an agile driven world, people are swift to get up and get going. But there has to be a point as fast as the speed of light where people are reflecting, they are reasoning, and they are researching. So if I give Esther a task and I say, Esther, what are the top 3 tech skills now, right? Before Esther rolls out, Esther is laughing. Before Esther rolls out an answer for me, I'm looking out for how she's thinking about it critical, because Esther needs to know, why do I want this information? Where can she source this information? And how can she report this information? How can she report this information in a way that I will use it to make a decision? So you need to know how to think critically about the job as it is now, the job as it is in the future, and where it's going to, right? And that is why when you see there is a source of friction between maybe your manager and you, it's because there is a perception whereby it looks like you're not thinking critically about the task you're being assigned to. Then let's talk about time management. And these are skills that, I think when he started, he talked about in skills. I would like to say that these are skills that are life skills. Remember I said that skill, okay, so Eyitayo would tell you that he would confirm that I was in UTIVA alumni. Because at a point, I really needed to scale up, right? Upskill. And I needed to have some tech in that direction, right? So I went to Eyitayo's, data analysis. And I'll tell you one thing that came out of that. It was understanding how to report, Did I become a data analyst? Maybe not in its entirety, but I was able to take the skill and learn how to report my information. So, I think I was talking about time management, right? So it's not just, so that was a skill that I learned over time, but the development for me over that period of time was that I have moved from just being, just having one skill. I have improved over time how I think about my work in terms of, as a HR person, what's the data? What is the data in front of me? How am I analyzing, evaluating, using that data to make business decisions and to help my employers make business decisions? So think about that in terms of times, think about all the things we're talking about in terms of not just in skills, but in terms of life skills that you would always need to be on top of every time. So time management is one of those skills. And, time management is knowing how to deliver tasks within the time, okay, so I'll give you an example. Knowing how to deliver your task within the levels of the quantum of time that is required of you, right? And when you manage your time, you're able to manage not just your time, you're able to manage your life. Then I think another skill that we need to learn, I don't know if it's in the future of what skill, is learning skills. We need to learn how to learn, and I'll wrap up with this. We need to learn how to learn. So today we're talking about different types of tech skills. What about the next 10 years, right? What is the skill that we need to be learning? We need to learn how to learn, and that means that in learning, we are unlearning. Remember, I talked about, we have to unlearn. If tomorrow now we've moved from digital and we've moved to any other thing, you as a person need to know how to unlearn the skills that are no longer necessary and move on to learning the skills that are necessary in the times that. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I really love this session too, because she went from learning art skills to talking about soft skills such as communication, writing skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills that are really relevant on the job, like skills that will earn you, skills away from your core skills that will earn you promotion. So now I'd like to invite Aitayo, the CEO of Utiba, to take us through. Over the years, he has trained over 90,000 people in tech skills. So I want to know how he has been able to do that and how relevant, what has been the impact of this training on these people. So Aitayo, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Esther. Gentlemen.
I need to clear this. My name is Eniola. My name is Joel. I realized a lot of people are calling me Esther. My name is Eniola. My system, I think something is off, but my name is Eniola. Yes, Eniola.
Eniola would be very hard, though, but I've already fallen in love with the Esther name.
Please, my name is Eniola.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining today. I mean, what I find very exciting is the two approaches that the first speaker, Ini, and my friend Nkiruka, one of the very early guys that believed in me, when the industry was doubting, what is Utiba building? You know, Nkiru was one of the first people that would come to my DM and say, I think the training, you guys should do it this way. I think you guys should do the training this way. You know, at some point I was like, this madam, man, do you want to be a co-founder or what? Yeah, Nkiru, nice to see you here again. I'm sure Adiola will be excited to see that we're on the same panel. So today, I want to take a different approach because the only language I understand is tech. Forget about the way I'm dressed today. The only language I understand is tech. Tech is what makes me what I am. And I feel that there are bigger opportunities these days. I usually tell the story of my 2012, that young guy that was on the street of Lagos, really confused about life. I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to do with my life. I had graduated from the university with the wrong course. So I was thinking to myself, how would I navigate the challenges of career, of life? You know, it took me 2 years to figure it out. Unemployed for 2 years, you know, it was a very, very big and tough struggle. But I met tech at the time that I least expected. Someone had told me about the technology industry, that it was going to be a very big one. It was going to be a boom, that I should plug myself into tech, that tech was going to be a very big opportunity for me to thrive. Well, I made the decision to come into tech as an IT project manager. I moved from being an IT project manager, moving to being a product manager. And then, you know, I moved into the US. I was working with Creative U, helping to build technology products. I got lucky. I really, really got lucky because I saw a major gap. I saw at that time, 2016, that we did not have, you know, the African continent. We didn't have a lot of talented young people. We had people that were super smart, but talented in the tech space. We didn't have them. And I saw that the opportunity will be massive if we could continue to invest in, you know, in talent. Hence, I made a decision to start Utiba, you know, and here we are. But I want to narrow down on 4 major things that for me is always the biggest question when people come to me to talk about how do I learn skills and how do I move from learning those skills to moving into jobs, especially international jobs, right? And the reason I'm emphasizing international jobs is this, right? Think about it from this perspective. If you aim for international jobs, right, you are also indirectly preparing for local jobs. But it's not the same if you prepare for local jobs because the standard internationally is a lot higher than standard local. You can get a job locally from Kogi State, you know, and someone would say, oh, you're from Kogi, wow, amazing, and then gives you a job. I mean, if you come to me and you say you're a Lagosian, you know, I would believe in you because I love Lagos. But it doesn't apply that way internationally. It's a totally different ballgame internationally. So the focus for me today is how do you prepare for international jobs, you know, and that's what I want to focus on. But I would first, you know, kind of like play around what are the top skills today that if you learn them, you will, you know, thrive in the tech space. That's where I want to start from. And I'm believing that there are people on the call who are also excited about, I know that this session has been streamlined. People are also excited about learning tech skills. So I'll share my screen quickly and run through my slide. Now, the first thing I want to double down on is the fact that there are skills that are premium skills and there are skills that are not premium. Right? There are skills that if you learn them today, it will help you get a fast job, but it will not sustain you into the future when it comes to building wealth. Does that make any sense? There are skills that are actually premium skills. What do I mean by premium? I mean, if you learn those skills today, you will better prepare for global opportunities and for local opportunities. So I'm going to talk about the first 5 non-coding skills. The first 5 non-coding skills are product design, product management, product marketing, digital marketing, and of course, business analysis. But remember, I call these skills premium skills. Premium skills means today, if you position yourself as a product marketer, right, and you learn the skill and you learn it the immersive way, you would continue to try. The same thing with product management, same thing with product design, same thing with digital marketing, and the same thing with business analysis, right? On the coding side of things, I would say cloud computing, software engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and of course, blockchain technology. Blockchain technology because the future of financing is so much around blockchain, encryption, cryptocurrency, data science, because most of the technologies we use today are data-driven anyway. Cybersecurity, because the world is more porous than you can ever imagine. So organizations, institutions are investing so much in cybersecurity. Software engineering, because ultimately someone needs to write the code. Hopefully it is you. You may get a lot of money. Cloud computing, because according to top researchers, cloud is rising at almost 11% per annum. And that's because all our digital assets are being stored somewhere in the cloud. So these are the 10 skills that you can learn. But I want to double down on how should you be learning if you want to become successful in the tech space. And I'm going to round up in 5 minutes. I'll hand over back to Eniola. I wanted to say Esther. Now I'm saying Eniola. See, I take to correction. So how do you grow in tech? How do you become successful in the tech space? Right. The first thing I want to say is this. If you have to learn a skill, please learn the skill in an immersive way. And I've said this multiple times to thousands of young people. I have been in the tech space for almost 10 years. I've seen people rise. I've seen people who struggle. I've seen people come to me and say, I'm learning a skill. And after 2 years, I'm still following up with them. Where are you? They've not figured it out yet. And I've seen people come to me say, Itayo, I'm learning product management. And after 3 months, they come back and say, I just got a job in Lens Square. What usually makes the difference is the way you learn the skill. That's always what makes the difference. The way you learn the skill.
How is this sweet?
Please, Oreolua, unmute your mic. Sorry, Itayo, for the interruption. Hello, Itayo. Hello. Please, can anyone hear Itayo?
No.
Okay. I guess it was interrupted. We'll give him time to. Itayo, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So the first thing I would suggest is, how should you learn a tech skill? Learn it in such an immersive way. There are 3 things that should be at the back of your mind if you're learning a tech skill. Number 1 is, it's not always easy to learn a tech skill in isolation. Learning on your own. Try and learn with a course, with a group of people, because iron, of course, sharpens iron. It's easy for people to inspire you at the time that you're already feeling, demotivated. It's easy for other people to show you what they are doing right. And you might also leverage that to access a bigger opportunity. So learn with people. Always remember that when you learn with people, you are interestingly increasing your capacity to do well in what you're learning almost 5 times. Because number one, you're leveraging on the insight of the trainer, right? You're leveraging on the insight of the people that you're learning with. You're using real-time situation, because when you learn with people, people are suggesting different things that have worked for them, and they are giving you that insight. That insight can help you to unravel an opportunity somewhere. So learn with people. The second thing I will touch on is the power.
I'm very sorry, Tayo. I'm sorry to cut you short. Or like I just wanted to say that if you have questions so far, you can send them to the chat box or raise your hands. And when we're done with all of our speakers, you'll be able to talk. I'm so sorry, Tayo, for interrupting you. Please, you can go back.
Not a problem. The second thing I want to say, if you're learning a skill, especially in this generation, is the power of getting your hands dirty very early, working on building your portfolio, working on projects. And see, in tech, for instance, we don't theorize things. So it's always about how much have you done? Can you show me what you've done? Can you prove to me that you've got this capacity from a project side of things? And that's why I always say, when you are learning a skill, the next thing that needs to be on your mind is, how should I build my portfolio? Building your portfolio, working on projects, building your portfolio, working on projects. That's the second thing that should be at the back of your mind. The third thing that should be at the back of your mind is mentoring and coaching. Now, I mean, I know people see mentoring and coaching as something totally different, but the way I see mentoring and coaching is this. I see it from the perspective of leveraging the insight of someone who is a much more industry leader than you are. Does that make sense? You know, you want to leverage the insight, you want to leverage the intelligence. You want to learn from someone that has gone through it, that has done it, right? That can tell you what they did well and what you should be doing well. And that's important. Now, when you're trying to find a mentor, I would say go on LinkedIn, reach out to people. But when you're reaching out to people, also tell them what you have also done. Because these days, people are much more concerned about mentoring people that have got substance. Because people are very busy these days, right? So let people know, hey, my name is Tayo. I just enrolled in this training program. I'm 6 months into the training. I've built my XYZ project. I've done ABC, and I'm looking for someone who can mentor me and support me to get better. Now, what can you give back to the mentor? I know this sounds, transactional, but hey, it doesn't have to be cash. It doesn't have to be money. You have to also look at yourself and say, hey, I want you to mentor me. I'm happy to be on your team. I'm happy to review some of the codes that you're writing. I'm happy to, someone just reached out to me this morning, okay? I said, hey, Tayo, I see that you write a lot of articles on LinkedIn. I admire them. I'm looking for a mentor, but I'm a content writer. I've been a content writer for two years. I'm happy to also edit some of your write-ups. Well, is it a transactional relationship? Yes, it is. What can you do about it? That's the question. You can't do anything about it. People want value. People want value. Value has to be exchanged. And if you're in the tech space, you also need to be thinking about how you can also be of value to another person that you're looking for to get as mentor. The final thing for me is communities and teams. I mean, I don't want to talk a lot about that because I know that there might be other speakers that will touch on that. But see, you can't isolate yourself in this space and thrive. I mean, you can isolate yourself and be fine. But if being fine is what you really admire, that's okay. But if you really want to thrive in this industry, the next big job that you admire, that you want, someone is posting it in one community right now or in one group. You're probably not in that group. You need to be in that group. So most times when I meet people and I say, this guy used to work with this company, but now you work with InterSwitch. What makes the difference? The guy tells me things like, oh, my mentor in InterSwitch actually told me about the opportunity. And someone says, well, I'm a part of one group like that. Someone posted and then I reached out to the guy and I said, oh, can you share that opportunity? When the guy connected me to the HR manager. It's always about the communities, right? It's always about the communities. So when we're talking about building capacity, building skills that will transform this, this continent, one thing I need to tell you is that almost $210 million gap right now still exists in the tech industry in Africa. That's some people need to close. You are the one that need to close that. but it starts with learning the skill in such an immersive way, building your portfolio and building your capacity, getting the right mentoring and the right coaching that would help you build your capacity, in a much more better way and expose you to bigger opportunities. And the last one, the community that helps to push you out there, especially for many of us that are introverted. I'm an introvert. I don't do this community thing. Well, you're going to be introvert with every other thing. But when it comes to putting yourself out there, you cannot do that by being an introvert. You need to put yourself out there. You need to join communities. You need to join different networks, of people, find the right mentor, and then see what happens to your career. I'll be happy to take a few questions, but this is where I'm going to stop. I'm done talking, and you'll have over to you.
Thank you so much, Edayo. I really liked your session. And you mentioned that people should learn in groups. They should get their hands dirty, get on different jobs, to be able to build their portfolio. And lastly, you said you need to put yourself out there. You can't be an introvert. Please, with people that are introverts, what are they going to do? Well, anyways, I really enjoyed your session, and I have questions for you and every other person that's spoken so far. And I hope everyone following has questions. This is time to send everybody from Ini to Nkiruka to Tayo, all of them. It's time to bombard them with your questions. Please send them to the chat box or raise your hands if you are willing to talk. So to our last speaker, Mr. Toby, please just take us through what you have for us for the next 10 minutes, so we could just do questions and answer and be done with this meeting. So Mr. Toby.
All right, thank you very much.
Eniola.
Thank you very much, Eniola. Yeah, so being the last speaker is quite tough, especially when you have really, really good people talk before you. But I mean, one of the things I just want to start with is the fact that for skill acquisition and development, so the goal is to acquire skills and to actually develop those skills. The first point, right, is to always have a goal, right? A lot of people in today's world, in 2023, you are learning skills because of certain aspirations, right? So some people learn skills because they want to get international jobs, they want to get local jobs, better jobs, they want to get promotions. Some in today's world also, people are learning skills, to facilitate relocation, right? To facilitate JAPA and things like that. So the critical stuff is to really understand, okay, so what are the skills that you really need, to help you to achieve those particular goals, right? And when you look at, whether it's to make money, and then when you started, you introduced the fact that you looked at, you wrote an article on different ways to make money. You mentioned content writing and the likes of it, which are all under skills like digital marketing and the likes of it, right? So when you're looking at, okay, so what are the skills? Is my goal to make money? Is my goal to get a job? Is my goal to relocate? Is my goal to, gone by those days where you tell people, why are you learning this skill? And they say, I just want to know, I just want to have this knowledge of this skill. And that more importantly, because the topic we're talking today is not just about acquisition, it's also about development, right? So how do you develop the skill? What's the cycle of developing the skill? So I just want to talk about, so in terms of the developmental cycles of a skill, right? You're looking at knowledge, at the point where you kind of say, okay, you know what, I think I want to learn this skill, right? A lot of people, the mistake they make is to say that, and you hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I can learn this on blogs, I can read different articles, I can read different knowledge, but there are different stages of developmental, when it comes to actually learning or being a mastery of a particular skill, right? And the first one is, the knowledge part, the knowledge stage. This is where you go to blogs, you go on YouTube, you get basic knowledge, not directional knowledge. You get directional knowledge, right? But knowledge that is not still clear on how to actually get the results or what you need to do to get the result. Now, what you now also do next is you get to the stage of understanding, right? This is where you start to understand the skill a lot more better, even start to understand how to build or how to get results, and this is where, some of the things that Edayo spoke about learning, the place you learn matters a lot, right? If you're learning somewhere that you can actually get your hands dirty, you can get practical, that starts to give you a better understanding of what is possible, the result that is possible, and what you can actually do, with that result. So that's where you where you learn matters a lot. And then the third stage, of this developmental stage would be the ability stage, right? This stage is where you can now, from the understanding stage where you understand how you can get results, what's possible. The ability stage, you are actually now clearer on what gets the results, right? You're actually implementing it. This is where you need to look at internship, volunteering, or getting a job in the first place to develop that skill and start to implement that skill in an organization, get result, and start to understand how to get what they call it, the result. And then you have the stage of continuous ability, and this is where if you start your skill development process without understanding the goal as to why you want to take it, right, then automatically you lose you lose the opportunity of the skill development, continuous ability, where you're continually improving. And this stage, it requires you to continually learn, right? Continually be part of platforms, communities, which Aita mentioned, communities where you can continue to learn, you can continue to gain more knowledge on things that you need. Then the last part is where you now become a master, where you become mastery of that skill, right? Over the time, now you understand how to get results, you have superior knowledge, you're continually updating yourself. Then in the mastery stage, what it requires is for you to actually start to give back, right? And this is where you yourself have to volunteer to become mentors, coaching, and things like that, and even probably have some form of media site where you build expertise, right? Now, so for me, I think getting that understanding that the first thing you need to do is to really understand, okay, what's my objective, right? And then understanding, okay, if I want to be good at this skill, if I want to actually not just learn the skill and then 2 months time, 3 months time, you don't use that particular skill, right? But you want to actually, you have to go through this developmental, what they call it, stages, right? Now, once you have that skill also, right, there are a couple of things I would advise anybody in 2023 to do, right? One is you have to be very, very consistent, right? You have to be very, very consistent. Second is you have to be visible, right? An interesting content I came across some days ago was that most of the most wealthy people, right, they are actually what they call that character, where they are not people that are outspoken. They are what's the lingua?
Introvert. Is that what?
Introvert. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. They are actually introverts. But you see, you look at Bill Gates, you look at Warren Buffett, these guys are introverts, right? But when it comes to their career, when it comes to their work, when it comes to the things that they do, you get what, right? That takes the back seat and they become extroverted, right? So for me, I think that's something that is very, very key. You have to be very, very visible in today's world, right? Be in the media, create your content, build your own expertise, if possible. Even in today, everybody should be one way or the other a content creator, right? That pushes out content. Then you also want to, it's always good to start broad and niche down. So what that means is, if you're looking at digital marketing, for example, get the understanding of the entire digital marketing spectrum, right? And then narrow down to specific areas. So if it was content marketing, online advertising, and you narrow down to those niches, then most importantly, you must never stop learning, right? I think the need to learn how to unlearn and continue to learn new things learn how to even learn in the first place is very, very important. And Nkiru spoke about that. So for me, I think it's very key. However, when you talk about, making money, succeeding, doing all these things, you have to look at digital skills, digital skills and tech skills in general, because those skills are the skills that can help you in multiple fronts. I tell people, and I tell a lot of my students who are actually going ahead to actually achieve, good results, right? I tell them that if you are learning a skill, right, you have to look for a skill that, helps you to achieve multiple things, right? It helps you to be able to get a job, helps you to be able to, if tomorrow a job doesn't come, helps you to be able to stand as a self-employed, right? And if employment, if that doesn't work out, right, still helps you to, maybe even become a speaker, a coach, helps you to just gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to achieve. And I think that's what you can get when you get digital skills in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much. So Toby has said we should be persistent, we should be visible. Close his own session by saying I should not be introvert. And Toby is saying it again. I, for one, I'm always scared of maybe turning my Instagram because I feel like social media or my social media accounts are like my private things that I would just like to do whatever I like with. So I'm not like very visible with things I do on my social media account. But now that you said it, I'm going to now can rebrand and everything. And even Nkiruka said it, never stop learning. Never stop learning. I think learning is a continuous call. Like you're just going to keep learning and keep learning to remain relevant. So I've been concerning your questions, but you can raise your hands up if you have questions for any of our speakers so far. Please send it to the chat box, or you can just raise your hand. I can see a particular hand raised from Funke Johnson. Funke, if you're trying to ask a question, you can unmute your mic and ask. But before she does that, I have a couple of questions for both Eitayo and Toby because they just spoke. So Eitayo, you said something about premium skills here, and you mentioned project management, you mentioned product marketing, digital, content creation, or digital something. First of all, I would like to ask you, what is product marketing? And first, I'm a journalist. They say we should put ourselves out there, so I'm going to put myself out there now. I'm a journalist at Business Day. I moderate events, I do Vox Pops. And so one time when I was looking for, I was researching the skill gain as a journalist since I write. I saw something on technical writing. And I checked through like a lot of schools, a lot of Nigerian tech schools. None of them were offering technical writing. It was only on like Coursera and all these other platforms I was able to see things on them. And I know you said something about premium skill, or maybe technical writing or a premium skill. And Toby, that is also to you, because I know you also run a digital marketing institute. So like, why do you, first of all, what is product marketing? And also, why do you not offer like some of these other skills? Thank you.
So thank you, Annie. Let me first mention that the concept of premium skill was first postulated, maybe not first, but was popularized by the founder of BrainStation, right, Jason. And one of the things that Jason talked about is the concept of, velocity and sustained return on investment for the person that learns the skill. And what do I mean by that? Learning programming skill, right, will cost you a whole lot of money. I'm getting a feedback somewhere. Learning a programming skill, for example, will cost you a lot of money. But you don't want to learn a skill that employers are not aggressively and massively hiring for, number one. That's velocity. Number two, a skill that puts you in the position for long-term career progression. That it's not easily disrupted. That's the skill. Now, the problem is when we say a skill is premium, people want to learn an element of that premium skill, right? So let me give you an example. Data science is a premium skill, but data entering is not, because database entering is just a small element of data science. Digital marketing. Esther, do you want to mute yourself? Because I'm getting the feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. Digital marketing is a premium skill because there's a bunch of different things that you'll be learning in digital marketing, right? But technical writing or copywriting is just a very small element of that, broader skill set. I mean, look at what ChatGPT is doing to us, right? It's disrupting a very small element of digital marketing, but it cannot disrupt digital marketing because digital marketing is a whole lot more than just writing. There's so many things involved. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. So that's pretty much the way we think about this. Now, the second thing I want to mention is what is product management. Product management is still one of the best skills today in the tech space because it's a leadership skill, right? Then number two is that skill is ultimately responsible for leading the entire engineering team to build that technology product that you want to build. So when you want to say, I want to build a technology product, or I want to build a platform that helps to aggregate all the news from business day to yada, 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 aggregate them on one single platform and sifts out fake news using artificial intelligence. That is the product I want to build. Okay, that product has to be built by someone. The person who leads the entire team, doing the research, what are we building? Has someone built it before? What would be the right pricing model for this product that we're building? Who should we be hiring to build the product? That person is the product manager. And that role is not project management, right? That is product management. That's totally different from, maybe not totally, but it's in so many ways different from project management. I just wanted to say that. I'm done talking.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Toby.
So I wanted to add to it. So you didn't, and I think Itayo kind of answered the question, but let me just mention that when you're looking at technical writing, right, you are looking at it under two spectrums in digital marketing, right? One is content marketing, and the other one is search engine optimization. When you do those two programs, most courses like ours, right, include technical writing as part of the curriculum.
Oh, I did not know. Thank you so much for answering questions. Nkiru, there's a question here for you. Hi, Nkiru.
Hi.
Yes, there's a question that came in for you. It says that how relevant really is communication skills? So most of those skills you mentioned in like a workspace in getting you promotion. Are you saying that so if I am like really great at my job, like the person will say like the person is really great in terms of like their skill and they don't have the other soft skills you mentioned, is this something that can hinder them from getting promotion? And you mentioned, so thinking about the question, I was thinking, you mentioned about like how well are people able to communicate with their other team members or other people in the organization? Does it really count? Say if say this person that asked this question is someone that doesn't like to communicate but gets his or her job done, is it something that can impede the person from a promotion?
I think questions are into how relevant is communication skills. And let me just give a very relatable example. So you've gone to learn the skills you're looking for, right? And we find out that when it comes to selling yourself professionally, so now it really takes a certain kind of communication skills for you to be able to slide into Itayo's DM and quickly sell why he should be listening to you, right? So it is relevant and it gives you a leverage, it gives you an advantage, so that in the midst of 2 or 3 content, creators or, technical writers, you are able to stand out. Now, if you take a place like hiring, and you already know that if you are limited by the hiring manager, if you're limited by their own personal limitations. Now, if I'm hiring I can create an environment where it doesn't matter if you're an introvert, it doesn't matter if you're an extrovert. I can create an environment where, you know, you can be yourself, and I'm able to bring out what it is you're trying to say. Now, but if you do not, if I'm limited as a hiring manager, and you're sitting in that room with me, and you're unable to communicate the value you're bringing to me, you know, to my organization, sometimes it doesn't really matter how good you are on the job. You just could not sell yourself. You just couldn't tell me why I should be hiring you. And that's why I said at the beginning that at all levels, it doesn't matter if you're a janitor, it doesn't matter if you're a supervisor, the extent to which you're able to communicate, convey your thoughts will always be a leverage and an advantage, either at the start of your career or when you're rising up the career ladder. So yes, it is a very important skill. Whether you're speaking, whether you're writing, it's an important skill that would always stand you out, right? And the B part of the question was about promotion, right? Was that the B part of the question? Okay, yes. So please, at all times in your career, so you see Aitayo here, he's a tech guy, right? We have one or two people. What is it about Aitayo's presentation that's giving you the wow factor? You could give his slides to somebody else and they won't deliver it with effectiveness that he's been able to deliver it, right? So what is that thing? It's just the way Aitayo was able to take the content from the slide and sell it to you in a way that you're thinking, oh my God, I'm sure somebody's already thinking, after let me go and check out. Some people have already checked out Utiba. Somebody's already trying to sign up on Utiba's course, right? And I'm telling you, there are a dime a dozen people selling what Aitayo is probably selling around Nigeria. Maybe people started out before him, but I've always known him for one thing. It's for him to be able to sell to you what you can do with tech, because somebody's already thinking, oh, I can position myself not just for local jobs, but I can position myself for international jobs. So that's how those skills are subtle, and it's a bit of a nuance, you know. So it kind of just it gives a insight, like being a good communicator, the way he's already sold to you the advantages of tech, especially in an international space. It's a leverage, it's an anchor, and it just always helps you to promote yourself beyond the skill that you're playing. And sometimes you could just be playing in a very small, a very local skill. So those are always an advantage every day, every time.
Thank you so much, Nkiru. Thank you so much. Ini, there's a question here for you. Can you hear me, Ini?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, so the person says that while you were doing your presentation, you mentioned something on why, what, and how, and would just like you to quickly explain. I think maybe the person didn't really get it. So like the why, what, and how in trying to pick a digital skill to acquire.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Enola, for that question. And also many thanks for the speakers also for doing justice to this topic in question. Yeah, so I spoke around the dynamics, right, of skills acquisition and development, right, things that should be also considered, right, before choosing the choice, for the choice of what skill you want to acquire, right? And I spoke on the three major elements, which is the why, the what, and the how, right? So the why is basically asking you your why, right? Why do you want to acquire a new skill, right? So the speakers, like I said, they've done justice into giving us more pointers, you know, and direction as to what the why can be, right? But it's always very, very important, right, for us to always ask ourselves that question: why do we want to do what we want to do? Right, so we spoke about premium skills. Is it you want to acquire a premium skill? Is it you want to acquire a skill that is acceptable in the global market? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to move from one geographical location to other? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to enhance your job opportunities or gain promotion at work, right? Or just have this good feel factor and all that. So that is the why. right? Then the next is the what. So what do you want to do, right? So now that you've been able to create a personalized value proposition for yourself, you also want to ask yourself, what did you want to do? Okay, so the what is very important, and also the how. The how, like Toby already mentioned, right? You have to be very, very deliberate, right? You must immerse yourself into what you want to do. So it's not just you going to acquire a skill because you just have the money to do that, or because you just want everyone to understand that you've added that skill to your CV or to your LinkedIn profile and all that, right? But it's also how intentional, right? What time are you going to allocate, right? What resources are you going to put in place in ensuring that this happens, right? So these are the three major, like I said, the dynamics, right? When considering what to do, you must always start from the basis, right? And asking yourself, why do you want to do it? What exactly do you want to do? And how do you want to achieve that also? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. Nkiruka is about to log out. She had the meeting, but there's just one question that came in for you quickly. And so while answering the question, you could say your closing remarks and leave. So the question, the person says that which of the premium skills mentioned by Tayo is very important? Can one combine like, is there any of the premium skill that is really necessary in the workplace right now? Is it project management, or irrespective of what you're doing, is there any of the premium skills that you think is really important that everybody should jump on right now?
Wow. Okay, so that's, I think you really need to start from what your own personal career goals are, right? Before you jump on another wagon of skills. You really, and I think the previous speaker alluded to that, it really depends on what your trajectory is. I'm mindful that we are not just jumping on all skills right now. So this is kind, let's jump on it. What is the why? Are you trying to scale up? Are you trying to jackpot? Do you understand? What exactly are you trying to achieve? And that would even, remember what Aita said about how we learn, that would even define how you immerse yourself into the learning. But I think the first place is you need to be clear about what the goal is for you. And that's why it's going to be very difficult for me to say, oh, go for this, go for that. It depends on what you're trying to achieve on a personal side. So what I would say is that the good thing is that you need to first of all look at, the good thing is that you've already heard about the UTIVA Academy. So maybe you want to just go there and pick each premium skill. And before you jump on, and this is for everybody that wants to upskill, before you jump on learning anything, one of the things you're looking at is the content. What am I going to learn after this, right? And you now need to find out what's your outcome or your takeout for you. So you could now then say, okay, from where I am right now, I probably want to go into product design. Once you understand what product design is about, let me see if it's something that would help me maybe land an international job. But please be careful about just jumping on all the trends. Know why you want to do it. I mean, it's personal, right? And know what the outcome of each learning will bring for you at the end of the day. So I would just say, just be mindful. I can't give a diagnostic. I can't do a diagnosis for you. It really has to do with what you are trying to achieve in all of this. Except if Aitayo has a very direct answer for the person, I think that would just be my answer.
Thank you so much, Nkiru.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can just say a closing remark.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. So we are very close to the end of the program. I would just like for each speaker to just give your closing remarks. And if you still have a question, you can either send it to me directly in the chat box or raise your hand, and it will be answered. But like So from Ini to Toby and the entire, please just give us your closing remark on topic and we can call it a day.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go first. So I will just quickly run away because I want to hand over to your other person. So for me, honestly, it's going to be about one thing. I've seen the world. I've seen the gaps, in the US. I've seen the gaps in the UK. One thing I can tell you for sure and for free, you don't have to pay me a dime for this. One thing I will tell you is the opportunities globally when it comes to learning a skill and accessing these global opportunities. These opportunities are hugely available, but you cannot access the opportunity, when you don't raise the bar, when you don't do the hard work. So learn the skill, go all in, be ready to take on the world, and the world will be yours to take. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope I'm
So, Eritrea, please remember to change your name to AE Global. So, I am Ini and Toby.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ini, we can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Yeah, for me, I would just say once again that the world is changing, right? And the world is changing very fast. The world is moving at a very, very fast pace, faster than what we all imagine. And also to mention that the demands of the workplace keep changing and keep rising, right? Skills that were some of the skills that were relevant before for now, right? A lot of them are obsolete, and so many of the skills and jobs that are available now in the nearest future will become obsolete, right? The question is, would you fold your hands, sit down and watch this happen, right? So everything you've heard today from the different speakers that have spoken are not myths, right? These are facts, they are litany, okay? That everyone here must not go and sleep on it, right? Do not allow the situation in the economy, okay, to make you forget all what our amazing speakers have said today, right? You all have to be intentional about the direction in which you want to go, right? How you want to position yourself, okay, for this future of work skills that we've been talking about, which is already happening now, okay? So we can always remain relevant, right? You can always remain relevant. You can always be productive, okay? You can always be a rising star, a shining star, right? And all that. So this is me just once again encouraging everyone here to make sure they accelerate the process of upskilling, accelerate the process of you increasing your skill, right? And acquiring your skill and developing yourself, right? Putting into consideration what everyone, all the amazing speakers have said, and wishing everyone a very, very successful exploration, right? And while doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ini. Be over to you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been great this morning talking to everybody and every other speaker, sharing their knowledge. I'm just going to keep it very, very short. This is the advice I give to our students at Digital Marketing Skills Institute, is that, when you're developing a new skill, right, just remember that it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. And those that put in the effort are those that win at the end of the day. And most apparently, it's that, this skill that you're developing could be very, very, very valuable to you and potentially lucrative in the long run. So very, very important that you don't just, pay for training, but you pay for training and put in the work towards learning and practicing what you're being taught, so you can actually develop that skill and achieve mastery. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my wonderful speakers. So we are at the end of this month's Millennial Hangout. So we do this every month, every third Wednesday of the month, and watch out for our page on Instagram, BusinessDayNG. We'll be posting what we'll be talking about next month, and we'll bring another set of very amazing people to give us insight on what the topic is going to be. I want to say thank you to my boss Linda for the opportunity, and to Oaritu, she's my team member, and I remain Eniola Olatunji. See you next month. Bye. Thank you so much.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye everyone.
Samantha and Skylar, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this conversation, we're going to talk about feminine wisdom. And in particular, I'm really interested in this conversation because over the time Rebel Wisdom has been going, a lot of people have made the comment, very, very true, that the people that we've tended to interview have skewed heavily male. And there's a lot of truth in that. When people make that observation, I usually say, well, please suggest some women voices, and love to kind of make it more balanced. And often the same voices come up. There's a very small number of women in this space at the moment. There's something that I feel about the way that the kind of galaxy brain tendency tends to skew male, particularly this kind of very systematizing intelligence, which we can talk about a little bit, which seems to map onto kind of theories of the extreme male brain. And it makes me wonder what the conversation is missing. And I've invited you both because you're both very powerful, interesting, intelligent, tuned in voices who've been tracking this conversation as well. So I'd love if you could begin maybe by introducing yourselves and telling us a bit about your background.
Sure.
Maybe you first, Samantha.
Sure. I'm Samantha Sweetwater, and I've been facilitating transformation with adults for over 30 years. And my background is in dance and embodiment somatics yoga and permaculture and systems frameworks and coaching and psychedelic plant medicine. And I founded and directed Dancing Freedom, which was a global community and movement for embodiment, and Peace Body Japan, which specifically translated that to Japanese culture. And now I run a small psychedelic ministry called One Life Circle. My passion is around culture creation and community-based, embodied, pro-relational models that help us to make sense of ourselves and our shared world in a sacred way together.
So I'm Skylar Brown, and say I'm a poet, a healer, facilitator of group experience. I had a career in advertising, and so communication is a big piece of my training, my background. It is a passion of mine, and also cultural, just like cultural embodiment, cultural awareness. I was a futurist and trend spotter, so my job for 15 years was to take in and translate the culture, but for commercial purposes, like, to sell more merchandise, to build brands. I had a spiritual crisis and jumped out of that world, and the last 15 years have been a healing journey for myself that has included a lot of trauma work. I've studied with Thomas Hübl for years, and I work with people individually and with groups on trauma healing, so personal and collective trauma healing, and then also embodiment, and they kind of go hand in hand. So I'm always curious about what it is that's in the way of us being in our bodies and in right relationship with each other, with the earth, with what's happening. I have a tantric Buddhist orientation, and so I'm also, really in every moment, whether I'm at a conference, in a meeting, facilitating a session, teaching a class, or even just with friends. I'm very interested in what is actually happening, and being in as intimate a relationship with reality as it's happening as is possible. And then, as I said, what's interesting to me is what stands in the way of that. I have a company called Art of Emergence, and so when I founded that a couple years ago, it was to bring, in part, to bring the feminine into the corporate world. And I was working with a lot of corporate leaders. At a certain point, I realized that it was a losing proposition. I think we have a different view on this. Maybe we could talk about it. I began to feel that it was incompatible, the corporate world and the economic system that we're in, capitalism. And it actively resists feminine principles. And so I stopped banging my head against the wall on that one, and let my client base sort of filter out. And my last corporate client, we finished our work about 6 months ago, and now I find I'm working with a lot of young people who are ready to jump out of the system and not sure what the landing space is. Maybe they're in a spiritual awakening process. They're definitely feeling the systems change and the shifts. They're wanting to be living differently and working differently. And so helping them navigate some of that is where the work seems to be in this moment. And I guess I could mention the cultural embodiment piece.
Yeah,
there's a project that's coming through right now. And sometimes I feel as an artist, like the way work comes through me is that it's like projects, like something will arise and I pour myself completely into that. And cultural embodiment is that piece right now. And it's for me, it's a contribution to the sense-making landscape. And the format is basically that we take a piece of the culture, so something that's trending, something that seems to be contributing to the culture wars or just seems hot that week or in that moment. And as a group, tune in, so find a state of presence, become embodied, take in the media, and then collectively digest and process and share about our embodied and our felt sense and the emotional experience that's evoked by the piece without going into judgment, beliefs, opinions of the mind. And so it's more of a healing process than I understood when I began it. And it's one of those beautiful projects that's revealing itself as I commit to it and as I put my energy into it, it's teaching me. And it's brought a lot of people back into relationship with the media. Is some of the feedback I get is that a lot of people who were disenchanted and turned away and feeling like I can't handle this on my own. It's very hard to process the world's pain on your own. To do it in a group setting and where there's a understanding and an unconditional space of just acceptance of whatever it is you're feeling, we can explore the complexity and the strangeness of what the media evokes in us. And it's really healing and enlightening.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, the cultural embodiment piece that you're doing at the STOA, which I think is a really good practical example of what I would consider like a feminine principle. So it's about sense making, but it's bringing in the felt sense. It's bringing in the kind of visceral response. And it's something, the word sense making is interesting because I think some people use it from a purely like propositional level. And that to me feels very sort of disembodied and quite male, if I'm honest. Whereas this, for me, and I think for us at Rebel Wisdom, it's always been, can you bring in the other felt centers? Can you bring in the embodiment piece? Because if you're not, you're missing out on a whole.
It's there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing. That it was like, we often create what we need. I was needing this because that's the way that information lands in me. It's a very embodied experience. It's a very sensual experience. It's a very emotional experience. And so, I mean, having friends in the sense-making space, I was feeling very frustrated. I was watching, and I put it that way because that was the experience. It was like standing on the outside of what was happening and watching the sense being made in this conceptual, kind of abstracted conceptual space. But I was hurting, or I was scared, or I was confused. Like all of these factors, like all of these experiences, these internal experiences are, that was a huge part of my sense making. It is my sense making of the world. And so when it occurred to me that there might be others, I was like, what if I invited other people to do this with me? And it was just really, it's been very beautiful.
Yeah. I loved when we talked prior to meeting here about that, because the frame of cultural embodiment actually helped me make sense of a couple of different processes that I also do in slightly different ways. And I think what's interesting about the sense-making space is the sense-making space is largely held in a broadcast format. And a broadcast format is just by default, here's the person speaking who has the authority, and then process happens somewhere else. And to hold spaces that are a space of cultural embodiment, in my ceremonies, I sometimes do a council round where often we put something that's collectively relevant. It might be collectively personally relevant, like someone died who we all really love, or someone is dying, or there's a family that needs support. It can also be something that's collectively relevant, like the elephant in the room of existential risk, that is a typical topic, or the elephant in the room of attention mining, and how do we actually become sovereign in our attention. That's another interesting topic. I do the same thing when I gather community, and I've always called it council. And to me, another dimension that is also the feminine is, in my sensing, I feel like that collective process is implicitly sacred. Like the sacred is something I think is also often missing from the conversation, and there's a lot of kind of cringing from it, or historical contextualizing of how someone views themselves relative to God or the sacred. But I also think it's something that's actually implicit in fabrics of connectivity that are rich. And I don't know if you would feel the same way. That's something I feel is really true. And then I like connecting those dots of like, there's the being who in a sense is functioning on a broadcast level like a guru.
Or an epistemic authority.
As an epistemic authority. And then there's a process that actually makes that meaningful, applicable, translatable, usable, and also just integratable, that is so fundamental.
Do you think that epistemic authority role also, or that broadcast role also skews as a male way of showing up rather than a female way of showing up?
I have to insert this because this term public thinker,
Public intellectual.
Public intellectual. So I began to call myself a public feeler because it actually really describes the strange role that I often play of being like, I process very outwardly. And sometimes I think I'm processing for a lot of others, people who are not processing. And a lot of my work these days, whether it's cultural embodiment or this art of embodied conversation I'm doing with a friend, David Sauvage, where we publicly get into a very subtle, very intimate state and then heal with an audience. It's like, I'm a public feeler. So that doesn't quite answer your question, but I think it's like, I just want to put on the table another job description. That there's another set of skills. There are these competencies that I think this world of like Rebel Wisdom is doing the embodiment and flow course right now. Like it feels like it's on the radar. And there was, for those of us who are facilitators in that session, one of the things we all recognized was a great sense of relief that we'd finally been invited to the table, that we were finally together. Like a lot of us have been practicing a little bit in isolation or felt like we were like, hello, there's a whole nother way of experiencing reality over here. But I think seeing it as a competency and something that can be modeled, taught, admired, even, I'm going to go there, like with the galaxy brain, like I admire it. It's so incredible what some of these thinkers can do with their minds. Like I'm learning and I'm admiring what's happening. And I feel that what women like people, but women like Samantha and myself have to offer is also equally admirable. And we've worked really hard to be embodied and to bring through these wisdom principles, especially in a world that doesn't always recognize them or where they're not visible. But yeah, so yeah, I put it out. I think it's becoming recognized, but as a different set of skills.
Mm-hmm. I do think, I think it skews heavily male. I think it skews heavily masculine. And that there's an interesting distinction there. I like to work with a Jungian frame very much in terms of the masculine and feminine. So on the one side, there is the masculine and the quadrant we most often organize and have organized our civilization around is the active masculine, the structural masculine. And then above that in the quiescent or the still would be like the archetype of, this would be the archetype of yang. And then up here we have the archetype of Shiva and presence and witness, which even in sense-making communities and in a culturally dominant way, we have emphasized masculine-oriented views of spirituality that orient towards presence, that orient towards stillness, that orient towards like the kind of singularity of enlightened consciousness. That's a masculine principle. And then on the feminine side, we have like the active feminine of birthing and art making and Shakti. And, in that quadrant, our practices would look more like dancing or making art or love making or some kind of collective non-linear movement sense making process. And then above that, we have yin and the assimilative process. And that's where grieving occurs. It's where deep felt experiences happen. So like a cultural embodiment experience to me is orients a little bit more towards the yin space, which is where integration happens.
I love that. I think that's true. That's the space and the healing that happens in that, like that yin space of holding.
Yeah, or of listening to someone else. And
exactly.
But in a felt sense, listening and feeling. And I think what's what's missing in a sense often is like we have this masculine structural, which is very left brain friendly. It's structurally friendly. It's outcome friendly. And it does tend to railroad those other things if it doesn't then recognize them as equally valuable. And I think it's interesting because I find that kind of one of the sweet things about galaxy brain people is they're actually very good often at those other quadrants when invited. And I get curious about that in the space as like a transformational principle is how do we put the map out? Here's the map of all of the ways in which we experience and know and integrate, and then start to cultivate that even as a conversation with our galaxy brain friends.
And I think we're in a culture that's very unbalanced, particularly in the public space. I'd love to ask you a little bit about that, because I've always been really interested in men's work, and the positive, the healthy masculine, which it doesn't feel there's much of a place for in the culture at the moment. Like masculine, and the shift that I would love to see is, because it feels in the media at the moment that the perspective is masculinity is toxic, we need less of it. Whereas my sense is immature masculinity is toxic and we need more mature masculinity, and immature femininity is toxic and we need more mature femininity. And that would be a hell of a development of the conversation. I feel like those of us who are in the kind of the world of personal growth and are looking at ourselves, kind of this seems pretty obvious to us because we're aware of our own shadows, we're aware of the shadows in the culture. But that feels to me like a really important conversation that I feel is starting to shift. My spidey sense as a journalist is we're far enough after Me Too now that I think we're able to move forward on that conversation. Me Too was a necessary step, and the feeling after Me Too was men, now is your time to listen, women, now is your time to speak. It's like that made sense, but by definition that's not a healthy relationship going forward. Like both have to be able to speak, both have to be able to have it's by definition not a relationship. I'd love your thoughts on that from the cultural level. What does a healthier conversation look like?
I mean, one of the things it's when you said the immature versus the mature, I also see it as the distorted. It's like the wounds. I mean, it's not only just a matter of maturing, though maybe they're the same process, the healing. And what happens for me when I look deeply at the relationality between men and women and the masculine and the feminine is that we are hurting each other all the time, just all the time. Like, it's very humbling to actually open that dialogue and to own and take responsibility for the pain that our wounds are causing each other. And when we begin to see that, then we can repair. We can begin the repair process, and we can really have compassion for where we're at. Like, where we're at. It's almost like I have actually taken this perspective. I'd be curious if you've gotten this vision. I've had this vision of being like airlifted off of Earth and then looking back towards her. And one of the strong messages that has come through is, oh my God, what you are doing to each other, like the pain that you are causing, inflicting, like, and I want to say men and women in this case, though obviously it's much, I want to be more inclusive in the way I hold the frame, but there is something about men and women over time that we've really hurt each other, and we continue to do it moment by moment by moment. And so the nuance, opening the conversation, a lot of humility is required. I agree with you. I think there's a readiness for it. You feel that? I think it feels really good. It feels really good, like it's time.
Yeah. I think there is a readiness for it. I think there's a conversation that I feel would be helpful to ground in this 4-quadrant model about what is the masculine, what is the feminine, what is the distinction between the human incarnations of those qualities and the divine. I think in kind of New Age spiritual culture, there's a huge shadow of kind of women grasping after divine feminine and men grasping after divine masculine, and that becoming a platform for developing superego identities that have very little to do with actually embodying these competencies. And I think there's a conversation that is very much a human conversation about self-responsibility, about I mean, I think I truly feel that conversation begins and in some ways ends with self-responsibility.
I think I'm going to second that. That's what feels most resonant to me, is taking responsibility on a personal level. Yeah.
Because anything else is a projection dialogue. Anything else is outsourcing the problem. And I think women do that all the time. Women do that all the time. They say, like, the problem with men is, or like, what the divine masculine really is, or what the divine feminine really is. And I very rarely hear anything there that, I mean, even a conversation that would sound like, I feel that I'm embodying the feminine in these ways. Do you witness that in me? Like, that would be a useful conversation. But I think it also requires us taking responsibility for how we communicate on social media. I also think it requires, I don't consume much mainstream entertainment or media, but I also think it requires a certain rigor with how we are spoon-fed sociopathy and narcissism and sexism and misogyny in media, and something that, like, there's an aspect of the conversation I've been curious lately about nurturing people's movements of boycotting things that nurture the wrong frames, that nurture the wrong imprinting. And that's particularly been true around entertainment and media in relationship to toxic masculinity and toxic identity dynamics.
Yeah, there's also something about how the conversation seems driven by, you mentioned how we're wounding each other. Conversation seems to be driven by the wounded on both sides. I think online, particularly kind of like the manosphere, seems to be a lot of men who've been wounded in their relationships with women. I think in a way, the women who've been wounded by men have more of a megaphone, because I think that's more dominant in the legacy media structures, because it's more kind of socially accepted to see women as only victims.
We just had the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to go there.
Yeah.
But that was the flashpoint. I think that's what was so electric about that cultural moment. And of course, it's like a hall of mirrors. I mean, it must be said that our mediascape at this moment is a hall of mirrors. You can get lost in it. It is fragmented. It is absolutely distorted and confusing. So nothing is clear in a sense. But what I was watching with interest was the jubilation and the relief that, whether, I'm not saying anything about who was right or wrong, but the relief in the fact that the man was being heard in this kind of archetype, I don't even want to call it archetypal, what would you call it? Like, sadly very common experience of domestic violence and discord. She accuses him, and he tells his story, and it's heard. And I mean, in the end, she was villainized, and there was all kinds of. Yeah. But I think there was something healing, or that relief. I felt a little bit of valve, or maybe a shift or an opening. Yeah. In this, like, okay, maybe we need to listen to all parties.
It complicated the narrative beyond what the media likes to portray it as.
Right.
And it's such a complex picture because, the fact that it was a court case, and a court case has a winner and a loser, and it's immediately put into this frame of, I mean, how much more powerful would it have been if both had been able to own their own part in what was clearly incredibly toxic relationship? And I read a couple of accounts of the trial. There was a statement from, I think, their therapist, who said neither of them, they're basically in a mutually abusive relationship. Neither of them have the ability to de-escalate arguments. Right. Like it was a, yeah.
Well, I want to say what happened when we did the trial in cultural embodiment was we watched some of the evidence. We watched a video of them interacting in their kitchen space. And then what the group, where we landed was, I've been in that scene. I know that place. Yeah. I remember my parents arguing, or one guy saying, you know what? I've done what Johnny did in that video and worse. And all of a sudden, all of us were witnessing this very sad experience of the privacy. Like, none of this should be, I mean, it's kind of like Tyson Yunkaporta's work. It's like, if there's going to be conflict in the community, bring it into the public space. Like, let's stand around the couple and help them sort this out. It is so intense what we've done by isolating ourselves in these little households. And so in the cultural embodiment, there was so much empathy. There was, like, very quickly a recognition that this is us. Like, I've been in this scene. I've been in this movie.
It's fascinating because what you've done is kind of the opposite of how I love that idea. It's sort of like the idea that it takes a village to hold a marriage. And that's why the marriage ceremony is like everyone coming together and helping to support the married couple, because we can't see ourselves and we can't see our patterns, and we need that kind of reflection and we need that support to see when we're being the egotistical prick with the other person. And like it's a really healthy dynamic, and it's fascinating that Tyson's pointing to that. But in a way, and it sounds like there was a very healing moment with what you did on cultural embodiment, but in a way what happened with that trial was the absolute opposite. Because what happened was people taking small clips, kind of weaponizing every single part of the trial, everyone tribalizing on one side or the other. Like, there was no, it's the opposite of the, well, let's try and help each person see their, let's look after each person, help them see their shadows. Like, it was completely the opposite.
So this is so important, and I would love, why? It feels like, it's almost like there's a,
is this like game A, game B dynamics?
Yeah, and you could say it's a feminine cultural competency. Like, where the game A dynamics is someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Let's make sure that happens, and let's have a really good time watching somebody die. You know, and like the game, that's super. We could say that. I was saying it's game A. I don't have a need to say it's masculine, actually.
Right.
But I do have a need to say it's game A. But then the game B competency is a feminine competency.
Right.
And that's an interesting distinction where we don't need to call it masculine or feminine to just acknowledge that it's a pathology. But we can say the solution to the pathology is in a feminine quadrant of consciousness, which has to do with community being able to hold charge. And that, I mean, it's funny, the distinction of feminine is breaking down a little bit for me there, but it's an embodied competency that's the competency of presence, like a whole bunch of sane people co-regulating with other people.
I'm seeing like the integration. It's like the sacred marriage in a sense, in that way. Like, maybe the game B is more like, because when you say presence, I suddenly see Shiva Shakti. I see the both, and all the quadrants.
Yeah, and I feel the body of community, like a body that's bigger than an individual. That does the way that to understand that would be in the quadrant of embodiment. But the way it functions is through many brains and bodies co-regulating with each other in a way that is compassionate and nurturing. And
but you know, this is like, I hate that this is coming up, but maybe it needs to be said, and I'm curious your experience of this, because you know, I feel like we're in such a process of detoxification right now. Just like, that is one of the, I don't know, characteristics or the qualities of what we're going through in this transitional, like, time between worlds. Like, I want to purge, even as I say it, and, you know, even in ceremony, there's a lot of purging happening at the moment. And I think we are detoxifying. And one of the things that is hard for me sometimes about the feminine, like when you said that this is a feminine, the community, and this is a feminine modality. Yes. And I find that women still need to work through the game A dynamics, the competitiveness, the vying for position and place.
That often happens subterraneously.
Yes, I was going to say it's very subtle. And I think that's part of our work in this time as women, is to purify or detoxify our natural knowing and inclination towards relationship and community and holding space and holding each other, that has been by the, like in the patriarchy, you're not safe if you're not well positioned. And well positioned could be very beautiful, cozied up to masculine power, like whatever it is. Like I've done a lot of work purging this from my system, and in the work saw how the tentacles of my upbringing in like swimming in the waters of patriarchy, I was just like taught that I needed to do certain things, behave certain ways, look certain ways to be safe. And so I just want to name it because I think women doing the work of purging and detoxifying that aspect, that game A competitiveness, as you see it with, back to Amber Heard, it's like, we want to throw stones at her, it's sometimes, and young women will say this to me sometimes, it's like, it's other women who are the harshest to me. And like that to me is just a symptom of the dysfunctional, what did you used a great word just then about game A, but we're detoxifying, like a little compassion for ourselves, but there is work to be done around, coming back into a healing place and holding community and holding those values. Real, like for real.
Yeah.
Do you find that? Definitely. I think what's lit up for me in what you've said is like that the act of detoxification implies a vision of health. And I think something that is needed, I think Game B is a version of a vision for a future, but it's a very masculine vision for a vision of a future. Something I do think is needed is a fleshed out conversation that's embodied and plural, that involves like, well, if this isn't healthy, what is healthy? And what I found is that there's a need for people to self-author that vision. Like there's the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Sometimes I call it, to me, it's the ancient future. Game B is another framework. I like surfing amongst a lot of different kind of narratives about it, but most people don't. And so I find, and what's interesting is I think we get stuck in Game A dynamics about what is that vision for health. And I've watched that happen, like, just choose one. It's good enough. Like, aim, keep going. So I think there's a need for a space that supports women to do women's work and men to figure out their conversation, and for like a larger process of where are we going, and that would feel good, like that actually has a feeling tone in people's bodies. I feel like there's a real need for that. That was what lit up for me, because I realized that sometimes I'm not sure we're purging because I'm not sure that there's an end game. Like I think we're getting crazier as collective sense breaks down, as collective systems break down, as we go through these waves of a sense of betrayal on behalf of our governments and our systems. Like, my concern is that I suppose I could say I've had to really examine my own belief structures that we're going somewhere, and actually sit with, what if we're not going anywhere? What if we're just getting crazier in the context of systems collapse?
But that's going somewhere, isn't it? Getting crazier?
It's just interesting because the idea of detoxing implies that we're detoxing towards a more true embodiment of who we can be, which is very dear to my own belief structure. I would say
for me, it's already there. I think I'm thinking you probably, it's like, it's already there. It is actually what we are. And we're having to peel the layers of the onion. We're like having to strip away what stands between us and being ecstatic, blissful beings in this incredible cosmic dance. That's like part of my problem with the flow conversation, is that it's often placed outside. It's like it's a place that we're trying to get to. Maybe this is part of what you're saying, is that there's this place that we're trying to get to. I'm like, no, we are flow. Like, we are flow. when we're not, what's happening there in that space? Like, sink in. That's what I'm feeling when you're speaking about, like, pick one and aim. It's like, there's so much to be done right here, right? In this place, in this moment, in this body. It's like, yeah, the energetics of it are forward moving. Is this resonating?
Yeah, it is. And I have questions about it.
Okay.
Like, I think it's a helpful foil to hold the foil of maybe we're actually just in a collapse of our species and there isn't a there to our idea, like to the idea that we are revealing some more, getting to an evolutionary next state. I suppose I'm just bringing that in because I think it's important to hold that too. That in the systems dynamics at play, like on the one level, we're trying to engineer a way to get us to the next stage of civilization. And from an internal perspective, one way to say that is we're working to reveal a deeper truth about our radiance, our flow, nature. I think it's simultaneously important to hold that we might not make it through that gateway and to get curious about how, for example, the detox process could just continue to spiral into deeper pathologies.
Oh, I think that's certainly happening. I agree. It's like, for me, it's like, yeah. No, I hear you. I think what you're saying is I just want to hold also the possibility that there's not somewhere to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I hear that.
Okay.
I very much hear that.
Yeah.
And I like feeling that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
What you're talking about with the kind of the masculine and the feminine principle reminds me a lot of David Data's perspective on the masculine being the witnessing principle and the feminine principle being the witnessed, being more the dance.
Which is the classic Shiva Shakti.
Yeah. Do you agree with that kind of distinction?
I don't think it's complete. Like, that's the classic David Deodat is the Shiva Shakti description, but it doesn't include the yin yang.
Right.
So you have to build the whole map if you want to get the whole map, because in a way, for example, if the David Deodat map of presence and embodiment is the only part of the map, you actually miss what you could say what the yang, what the structural actually craves, which are spaces that actually are much better mirrored by a cultural embodiment kind of practice where it's not about pure presence. It's about listening and feeling, and perhaps it involves movement, and perhaps it involves silence, and perhaps it involves mirroring that's mutual. And that's actually a better map for the textures of consciousness and the textures of integration that emerge in that kind of a space. So, yeah, I just think it's an incomplete map. I think it's useful. I think it's a useful map, particularly for men who are trying to
It's like a
understand.
gateway drug, I feel like a little bit. David Data is a little bit of gateway drug. It was the first, I remember being in like 1990 in a bookstore in Key West, Florida, and I was just like really just beginning my path. Except that life is the path. But at that point, I began to study, and I walked into this spiritual bookstore, and I just said, I'm going to pick whatever book speaks to me. And I chose Intimate Communion by David Data. Of all the books, I had no idea. And that book rocked my world. And I mean, I still have my copy, and it's underlined like so much you can barely, it's more underlined than not. It was really helpful to me to find, because the Shakti, the active feminine, is so important. And I think there's a reclaiming of that a woman goes through in her journey. Maybe not younger women. I think already the culture has moved so much. But for me, there definitely was this idea that women are I grew up in the South, which also has another cultural layer. But it was like they take care of the home. They, it's like more in the background, etc. And if they were strong in a masculine way. Maybe you were like kicking ass at work, or you had like this incredible career, you were a doctor or something like that. And so when I understood that there was this active feminine, this eros, this shakti, this like wild woman archetype, it explained so much. Really explained what had been suppressed in me, and the reclaiming of that was such a beautiful journey, and the data work helped me with that.
Yeah, I think the shadow of that frame that I see is really rife in our culture in general, is that the shadow is dissociation. So you can cultivate.
Wait, can I take that in for a second? I love what you're saying. So the shadow of the data stuff is dissociation.
Yeah, and of quiescent masculine spiritual frameworks generally. The shadow.
Oh, yes.
The shadow is,
Yes.
I will transcend, I will pull myself into stillness, I will pull myself into non-reactivity and dispassion. And then we get like very detailed, deeply practiced people who have no capacity for healthy attachment or for an aesthetically rich conversation about beauty. You know, and there's a very strong argument that we can't actually create ethical frameworks to collaborate with the active masculine without a profound sense of beauty. And that is the call and response that could support on the active quadrant, where there's this call and response of, yes, is it effective? And is it beautiful? And if those two things meet, that there's juice there. And where with the quiescent masculine, you know, the shadow is, I'll meditate myself out of this grief. I'll meditate myself into being unbothered by my deepest feelings about these existential issues, which then doesn't give us a capacity. In the quiescent feminine is where archetypes evolve. You could think of that as, it's like in the Japanese psyche, of an example that's actually a really interesting one is the process by which the Japanese people integrated Hiroshima was this and Japanese culture is this profoundly absorptive
Buto dance.
Buto dance, and like how the next wave of what became Japan was founded on this like very absorptive process of total annihilation that could only happen over time and quietude and like rich felt aesthetic processes. And I see that, you know, as a healer, I see that in people's processes with the death of parents, or people's processes with major shifts in family constellations, or in work, or in it's like there's an absorptiveness to it that when someone names that and says that's valuable, it gives permission to like a chrysalis in that person's consciousness, or in a group's consciousness, or in a culture's consciousness that can't actually have its intelligence without a little bit of naming and holding. And then with that can eventually emerge.
I mean, I'm thinking of planting a seed, like the underground stage. I mean, that's what that just felt like to me.
Yeah, and I think we're in a time of new gods, like that we can't birth if we're only in the masculine structural space. It's like
that is
the galaxy brain is a god on some level, but it's only one kind of god.
Well, it's kind of like a theological. Are you familiar with Richard Tarnas? Richard Tarnas's work?
Astrologer?
Yeah, he wrote a book called Passion of the Western Mind, which talked about the shift, basically the idea that we're in a theological shift. And I feel like that's very true, that we are actually in. There is there is a kind of a very profound shift going on towards his basic framing was that the masculine, discerning, analytical, rationalist intellect had created a prison for itself, ultimately kind of created a prison for itself that you see reflected in the world, and that the way out was a return to the intuitive, a return to more of the feminine principle. And I remember reading that 20 or 30 years ago and being hugely struck by it. And ever since, it sort of just seems more and more true, even though I think we do need we need both. We do need a return of kind of the the masculine principle as well.
Yes.
I guess something was coming up when you were talking before about the kind of the hidden feminine, because we've talked about the positives, and I'd love to come back to that, what the feminine has to add to this conversation. But there's also the flip side as well. If you look at, we've talked about social media, like one of the perspectives on social media is that it has multiplied what have traditionally been more sort of feminine violent strategies or emotional violence strategies, so reputation destruction, emotional violence. Jonathan Haidt looked at it, particularly the effect on young women has been incredibly marked. And so one of the perspectives that has been put forward is that we're going through, particularly with social media and the growth of these technologies, a kind of what's the word? It's like a multiplication or a intensification of these particular strategies, which are sometimes identified with the feminine. Do you think that's fair, or is that sexist?
What do you think? Feels like we're already working with symptoms and trying to solve it at the level of symptoms. And I would not agree that male strategies are more physical. Typically, if you're looking on the energetic level, so for example, penetration, energetically, there can be a violence in the way that I am addressed or ignored or used by a man that doesn't look like swinging arms or hitting. And one of the reasons, like I start to get a little, like one of the reasons the feminine goes covert is because she had to survive. Like I've had this conversation with male friends who complain about women keeping secrets. And I'm like, well, there were times when women had to keep secrets as a matter of survival. And so, yeah, for me, it's like at the level of symptoms. And so it's not even that helpful. I mean, I totally agree that social media is a mess and very bad for girls. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I have done so much work to lay a strong foundation for her of emotional intelligence. She knows who she is, and she is not on social media yet, and I'm going to delay that as long as possible. And the funny thing is she's not even interested. She sees right through most of it already. And I think that when we're raising our children to when we're nurturing their sense of self and their identity, teaching them to be emotionally intelligent and empathic and self-responsible, it looks like the farce that it is. It looks like the Hall of Mirrors. It looks like the mess that it is. I mean, she's so discerning. I will try to show her things in the media, and she'll just immediately say, "Mom, this is inappropriate," or "Mom, this is like why are they talking like that to each other? It's just cruel. I'm not interested." Like just like that. So yeah. I guess that's all I wanted to say, is that I think there are reasons. I wouldn't say that the masculine is physical and the feminine is covert always. And I would say that that's a symptom of the distortion that we've been living in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it does, the dynamics of social media do particularly tend to co-opt the female mind, because it's about a certain kind of signifying that dovetails with shadow feminine dynamics. But I tend to agree that it's more of a symptom than a cause. It's interesting how the medium is the message in a sense, but
yeah, and it's not to say that women are doing it more than men. I think it calls out those behaviors from both. Uh-huh. And actually, ironically, I think a lot of the worst, I mean, the Jungian idea of the kind of anima animus, when a man is anima possessed, he becomes bitchy, reactive, and so much of the worst behavior I see on social media, I would say, is kind of anima possessed men, because they're still quite aggressive because they've got kind of that testosterone edge, but they're kind of in a real sort of bitchy, reactive kind of energy. So I'm not saying that it's kind of divided by sex in that way. I'm pretty sure if you looked at the stats, it wouldn't be. And yeah, I find that kind of the Jungian frame really useful, because then you can understand when a woman is possessed by her animus, and I think this culture forces women into the animus so often to compete in a kind of men's world, in the corporate world. The sort of ball buster, ball breaker, castrating woman is what we're sort of pushing women into. When a man is in his anima, kind of moody, reactive, bitchy, like that's so many of, I find it a really helpful frame.
I think also you're probably asking two people who don't tweet.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a, that's true.
The mature feminine doesn't go on Twitter.
It's part of my brand, to be blunt. I mean, quite literally. Like, I think it's a really toxic way to communicate in general, because it incentivizes those kinds of responses. Why engage?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I really don't have a deep love for social media, or even really know what to do with it, to be honest.
I mean, the light side, on at least on Facebook, is that there is a culture of storytelling that, when it's grounded really authentically, has an extraordinary richness to it. And that's something I've been really examining. I've been in a deep examination of my relationship with specifically long form social media. And I think there's something there that I want to see continue to evolve about the value of our stories when shared in an arena that is greater than just what we can do at a table. And then where that gets, of course, instantly toxic is if we're sharing stories in order to manipulate attention, manipulate someone else's experience.
And again, that's kind of a felt sense often, like that sort of cringe. It's part of the kind of cultural embodiment piece that we see when someone, and it's a very subtle thing, because we've created an environment where even a kind of honest sharing, we're self-aware enough to know, even if it is a genuine, honest sharing coming from a kind of vulnerable place, we're self-aware enough to be like, well, this is a good piece of my personal brand if I share this in this particular way. Like, it's kind of unavoidable in a way, but you can also feel like the difference on a very subtle level between, I find that just so tragic in a way, where people have become kind of influencers, and then every single piece of their lives suddenly has an agenda behind it of, oh, is this going to go viral? Is this going to be part of my kind of like brand? And there's so much of it in the kind of healer, new age kind of space.
And the younger people are, the more likely it is that that's a distinct sub-self.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking to me. The younger people are, the more they have a sub-universe that's the universe of the authentic self that gets shared in public.
Do you think they have a healthier relationship to it, or a more unhealthy relationship?
I'm in the question, is it possible to have a healthy relationship with that? I don't know. I think we're in a very large collective experiment about that.
This is actually the exact topic of a course that I'm working on at the moment with Peter Lindbergh about the second self. How can you have a mindful relationship to that second self that you put out there in a way that is oriented towards growth, and that you're aware of all the different dynamics, like capture, audience capture, internalized capitalism, where you're kind of like thinking about the metrics all the time. Is there a way of having a mindful relationship to that entity that doesn't feel like it's driving you or getting away from you, or we don't know. We're not sure. We'll find out.
I love that course. I want to take that.
That's the right reaction.
Yeah. No, it seems really, really useful. I mean, it brings up for me the concept of alchemical art or life art, like Jonathan Harris who was on the Stoa recently, who's a friend. He is doing such beautiful personal narrative healing work. Like I think there's a very legitimate role for the making of art and storytelling in this time of transition as we are growing and changing, like the sharing from that place. And I really put up Jonathan as an example, a beautiful example of this. His recent project In Fragments is exemplar, and it's inspiring. Ironically or not, he got very little response from this project. So he had a big career and a big profile as a digital artist in the early 2000s. Spiritual journey, kind of retreated, went on this did a lot of inner work, and this is his first coming out with his art, this project In Fragments. And some part of him thought it would be like really received because he took 6 years to make it. He put everything he had into it, and then crickets on social media. He's like, not only am I getting fewer likes than I've ever gotten, but people are unsubscribing at a rapid rate. And then he had to really work through what that meant for him and the value of the work that he had made. So yeah, I think this, how we use the medium, basically.
And how much of ourselves we show and in what way.
Yeah.
Which is a big, it's a big discussion that I'm kind of in at the moment.
Personally, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like certainly with Rebel Wisdom, there's been a sort of journalistic persona that I think is a benefit, and also sort of I feel like I want to kind of move beyond in some way as well. So I'm going to open up the conversation here, because obviously looking at we started this conversation talking about the gender balance on Rebel Wisdom, and as the person who's basically deciding who to interview, I'm obviously always in reflection of well, why am I making these decisions? Is there something about my personality or the way that I look at the world that's leading me to value these perspectives over these perspectives? And there's definitely something in that. And also there's another dynamic. When I was working at Channel 4 News 15 years ago or so, they went through a process of wanting to get a 50-50 gender balance in terms of the people they were interviewing. And so looking at who are the male academics that we're inviting on, can we find any alternatives, and putting a lot of pressure on to do that. And what was very interesting, we had the playwright Lucy Prebble, who's now kind of one of the showrunners for Succession, came in and said and she had a very nuanced view on it. She said whenever she was called up to come on TV to talk about something, she'd always say, "Oh well, I think there's someone better qualified than me," and she'd point them in the direction of someone else. And that was often what we found when we were phoning up kind of female academics, is when you phone up a male academic, they'd be like, "Yep, what time do you need me there?" And often when you speak to a female academic, they'd say, "Well, I'm not really the expert in this, and you probably need to speak to this person or that person." And so there's kind of maybe internalized dynamics as well that are much more deeper than just who's being invited or there seem to be cultural roles, social roles, and probably innate evolved dynamics that are coming into play in this as well.
There's massive statistics about all of that, of women being more deferential, women having a much harder time asking for promotions or being assertive about their worth in the marketplace. I've definitely experienced those dynamics massively. So I think whether you know it or not, those dynamics certainly have played out in the Rebel Wisdom community. I would say additionally, I would say there's the galaxy brain phenomena, which is we are talking about systems. But I think there's a piece that is not just a masculine bias, but it's a bias around the what we are talking about. And there might be an expansion of the definition of the what that matters. Like if we're talking about intimacy, we would want to interview Brene Brown, Esther Perel. Like I can think of many other people. If we're talking about story,
both of those, by the way.
And perhaps your brand hasn't really spoken to them about what they want to be talking about. So, or like the kind of generalized context, which seems very in this masculine structural quadrant, but to actually make a proposition that we're working on marrying like the structural with the noetic, you know, the structural with the poetic, the structural with the embodied, the structural with the emotional. Then we start to get this conversation, and you can see pretty quickly that there's a greater gravitas of often masculine speakers over here and a greater gravitas of often feminine speakers over here. I have recently been going down a rabbit hole of finding all the awesome female podcasters. And there actually are a lot of them who do very, very well structured work. And it often emphasizes more storytelling, more personal interaction. There may still be very clear structural bullet points, but often it's more oriented towards what can be felt and what can be actually lived by the audience. And so there's a piece there too about like, where is the distance on, well, we're specializing in structures that we can all think about together versus we're focused on processes that you can live in your own life. And so, and that speaks too to your experience of putting together conferences where the conference is a little bit more like, how do you put sense making into action in your part of the universe? And so there might be something there around looking at how often very powerful female leaders are much more focused on that point of traction. I think that there's some truth in that would be worth exploring.
I love that. It's beautiful. I'm learning so much. And also it just hit me, like, why would we want to do this? Like, why? And the very short answer that I gave in a conversation this morning about the same topic, like, what happens when the masculine and the feminine really show up to the same space in right relationship? And the answer was fun. Like, it could be so fun. There's so much fun to be had. Like, there's a playfulness, actually, that's missing when the feminine is missing. And in some of these, like, you know, these, like, I'm going to tear it all apart. Look, like, there's a, like, it feels, I mean, I can feel how it feels satisfying in a sense, but there's a playfulness that's available and a fun that's available when we're all dancing together, that, and aliveness, vitality and aliveness. Like, these are the pieces that, for me, that would be the why. Like, let's just have more fun. Do you think you find that? Like, I forget sometimes. I'm so busy trying to solve the problem, fix it, and like get the women and the men, you know, it's like, oh yeah, wait, why are we doing this? Because it's gonna be amazing when we actually figure it out.
So this conversation has been all about what's missing from the conversation. Before we close, is there anything missing that we haven't said yet?
The thing that I'm present to is that we spoke about earlier, is that I feel like I want to see more conversations about immanence, about the fabric of the relationships we're stewarding through these frameworks.
The relationships between people? Or?
The relationships between people, the relationships between people and ecosystems, the relationships between peoples and peoples, between cultures, the relationships that flow between any actors in a living system. Like, my sense of the next stage of civilization is, like, my sense is that we have mastered objectivity. I understand this thing out there, and we've mastered subjectivity to a certain degree. Like, and a lot of this conversation has been about subjectivity and intersubjectivity. But the next stage of civilization is going to be about mastering intersubjectivity and interobjectivity. It's going to be about, can we manage the flows of information, energy, and atoms between things in a way that is masterful and harmonious? And that's a conversation essentially about immanence, about the flows of relationships and interactions and values between things. And that's a conversation I'd like to see much more prominent, as opposed to we understand, which is omniscience, or we're heading towards transcendence. We're trying to get beyond this. I would say where we're really heading is towards integration and a certain mastery of in the worldness. And that I crave greater attention for that conversation and greater attention put on it, greater intelligence oriented towards it, of like, look, our greatest problems are problems of coordination, and all coordination is a function of interaction. And to me, that's the most important conversation we could possibly be having. And like a question I've been asking is like, could we actually transition to this next stage of civilization without putting the sacred in the center of it? And if we do, if we put the sacred at the center of the process, or the soul at the center of the process, then the whole process becomes a ceremony.
Amen, sister. I'm in. I want life as a ceremony. That's what I want. Conversation is ceremony. Life is ceremony. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Amen.
And a little woman. Clarissa Pinkola Estes always answer pieces like that. Amen. And a little woman.